Now it's time for Megaman. And hello, Darth Tyrant and Miss Cardo. Bragwin to Quack, Faded Kirby, and Ann Diddy. What is up? But no hellos to Leander. Or Voln Falkenstein. Or Slim Jim Reborn. No hellos. Forbidden. The legendary Reploid Zero awoke from a long slumber. With Seal's resistance, he defeated Copy X, the ruler of Neo Arcadia. The terror of the Neo Arcadian regime ended, but the energy shortage remained a constant problem. Congrats, Entity. And now you too shall be part of the energy shortage. No, Seal devoted herself to researching new forms of energy. And El Piso, MK31, became the newly appointed resistance leader. However, overcome by his desire for power, El Piso awakened the Dark Elf, whose magic had once nearly destroyed the world. They actually call it magic right there. El Piso, thirsting for the power of the Dark Elf, lost sight of his true duty, and was finally defeated after a... I don't know if I'd call it a fierce battle, but sure. However, the Dark Elf fled, her destination unknown. The battle over the Dark Elf had only just begun. Dun dun dun! 2 months later. It's time to start part 2. I like how the only one there with the code is Seal, because she's a human. Sure is quiet. Haven't been any Neo-Arcadian attacks lately. Things are almost too peaceful now. Miss Seal completed her research on the new energy. If it solves the energy crisis, Neo-Arcadia won't have a reason to fight us anymore. Actually, I already informed Neo-Arcadia about the new energy, the Seal system. But, I haven't received a reply yet. Don't worry, I'm sure their answer will come soon. There's no more reason to fight. We can live in peace. Right? We're in the middle of a mission. Put a lid on it and walk. Thank you, Zero. Sorry. Oh, hello. The reading is getting stronger. Close. The snow is letting up. Wow. Look at that. Yep, look at that indeed. Is that some kind of ship? Ah. Real quick, thank you, proud son of Sanguinius. As always. And I'll... look, I've been taking over the world at my own pace, okay? I've got stuff to do. I've got theater to finish, you know? Because you know the moment I take over the world, I'm going to have no time left, because I'm going to be fixing everything for everyone everywhere. And that's just going to be a colossal pain. And everyone's going to try to rebel against me and kill me just because I'm trying to make the world a better place. Oh, it's going to be awful. Thank you, Sierra. Very much. As always, I put that towards Red Solstice too. Oh, and proud son of Sanguinius, if you know where you'd like to put that, please let me know. If I actually succeeded, well then I'd get to actually enjoy my life, Baron. I got a billion things to do, you kidding me? I'll never run out of stuff to do. Miss Seal. I mean, this is already my 3rd time through the loop. Did that huge thing fall from outer space? Yeah, you remember how this setting was actually an interstellar power back in the classic era? Yes, but what's more, it's giving out the same energy reading as the Dark Elf, of which there is only one in the whole world. Zero was against the idea, but I just had to find out. So, okay, let's be real. The bad dialogue continues. In fact, this is honestly probably the worst intro of the 3 we've played so far, which is a bit of a shame. But this is extremely bad exposition. This is literally as you know, as several of these characters are telling each other what they already know to each other. This would be like me turning, as you know, viewers, I am playing Megaman 03 now. Per your request, of course. Thank you, Baron, very much. Ever and always. And that one's going towards Kirby Superstar Ultra. You got it. Give me a moment. Yeah, no, this is negative worthy right out of the gate. Oh. Captain Exposition is not welcome here. So. What could possibly be going on in here? Or just going on here, excuse me. Neo Arcadia has the area ahead of us cordoned off. What? You guys stay here until I make sure it's safe. Hi, Mr. Red. Be careful, Zero. Be careful, Mr. Red Zero. So then we actually start the game. We, of course, have nothing from the previous game, even though it's only been a couple months, because... So, as usual, we're going to customize. Dump. Dash. No. Dash. There we go. And that. Okay. There we go. Okay. Hey, we have Satellite 1 and Satellite 2 and Fusion. Oh, I wonder what these are. No, we'll cover this. We'll cover this. You gotta say it right, Blue Hair. Why so serious? That's smile. Ice. Oh, you think I didn't see you? I see the Ninja Gaidening is continuing a little bit. How are you not dead? Good afternoon, Poindexter. I'm glad you're liking them. I've actually gotten a few comments that boil down to, why are you ruminating on Mega Man? There's no story there, which is simultaneously sad and kind of depressing, but, you know, whatever. I mean, there's Coke Zero, so why not Mike Tomato? And that's where the Dark Elf reading is coming from. She knew who I was. Why would the elf who almost destroyed the world know me? Hang on, Mr. Ed. Let me answer you really quick. Maintain radio silence. The enemy is near. As usual, Zero is the only competent person in this crew. Like, I love you, Seal, but you're a researcher. The Seal, look out. It's Pantheons. Megaman Zero is very much a post-apocalypse. It is not until ZX that we get to post-post. Gosh, I hope so, Zactaft. Hey, Harpuya. Relax, they won't come to any harm. Harpuya? Letting you off the hook this time. You and those resistance fighters must leave now. You're letting us off the hook? Scram! I don't have time to mess with you now. Zero? Can you hear me? Yes, Alia. Seems you're okay. Leave the rest of this up to me. I want you all back to the resistance base. But, Zero... Maybe you didn't hear me. I've heard that voice somewhere before. Is it calling me? Yeah, we're gonna start animating it up a little bit soon. I don't even know what these are, but we're gonna get them. I think those are the chips. It's actually been a little bit. That was very strange. But yes, the Guardians have other things on their minds right now. The plot is literally thickening. And by literally, I mean figuratively. I should not do that. The plot is figuratively thickening. those are chips. I'm trying to remember. Change the UI a little bit here. Oh yeah, respawning enemies are just the greatest thing ever. The literally is figuratively... Wait. Really could have used some health there. Please. Health, please. Or a save point. I'll take either at this point. Just don't want to do that again. Please. Oh my god. Oh my god. Give me a friggin' health drop. Thank you. And a save point. Well, I see how it works. Hello, Melissa G. I haven't seen you in a bit. What's going on? Boss time. So that's Leviathan getting her ass handed to her. And Fafnir getting his ass handed to him. No, you're asking for it. I'll blast you to pieces. By a hand, by the way, if you're missing that. It's a big clawed hand there. Because that is over there. Big armored mecha. You alive, Fafnir? A monster. So, we'll talk more about what we're looking at right now, but if it helps you understand, what you need to think of is this thing right here is a mech suit. And that's all I'm going to say right now. Think of it like the power armor in the Fallout series, okay? Two of us fighting together, not a scratch on this thing. Omega, the evil Reploid banished from Neo Arcadia. Bad exposition. It's pretty tough. Yes, Omega is pretty tough. Zero? The heck are you doing here? What is that thing? It's Omega. His mere existence defies reality. That's a little bit of an exaggeration. He's strong, but he's not as fun to fight as you are. I don't feel like fighting him, so he's all yours. Bye! Bye, Leviathan. Yeah, Omega legitimately is probably one of the strongest things in the setting, even though there are forces that can challenge it. But in terms of raw stats, Omega's probably top tier. Like, the actual top tier. It's just with experience and skill, certain other things can bypass Omega. And have. And will. Ah, I can't move. I'll have to finish this another time. Hey, Zero. I'll get you in that Omega one of these days. Don't you dare die before then, Zero. Omega, huh? So you were the one who called me here. Kinda, yeah, Mr. Red. Right, we apparently have to actually fight this guy and win. I thought this was supposed to lose, to be completely honest with you. That sucks, because that's a long cutscene. Oh, we'll get to him, don't you worry, Zactaft. Cutscened. If skill can oppose it, that's usually either a skill check, which is a thing, or a coordination check, in MMO terms. A coordination check, to use a specific example, would be like Razor Gore and Blackwing Lair, where all the players have to coordinate with each other to make it happen. A skill check, let me think of a really good example of a skill check. Hang on. There's actually an example, and it's a fight where you can avoid all the damage if you do everything correctly. And I'm trying to remember which fight that is. That doesn't matter. You get the idea. First boss in Molten Core. Which one is the first boss of Molten Core? win here. We can kind of control him a little bit. We really don't want to get caught by any of this crap. As usual, this is not Omega at full power, and, well, like I said, there's some other stuff going on here, but we'll cover that in a minute. And he just gets right back up. You just don't give up, do you? Not right now, Zach, but maybe later. So you're Omega. I should probably mention that Omega is arguably a mindless killing machine. And I mention that because most mechanoloids and reploids and all that have at least some degree of sentience. We've talked about the layers of AI throughout this series. Omega's actually bottom tier in terms of AI. It's arguable that he has no actual intelligence, that he has the same level of intelligence as a Metul. And that's not a joke or a dig. This is literally just a weapon. Yeah, exactly. It's just kill whatever's over there in particular. One moment, sorry, I gotta look something up for my sister. I don't know about you, I don't actually see the tracking info, period. But supposedly late November, period. And thank you, the Poindexter, very much. I will put that towards Borderlands 2. Oh, we'll talk about what's in the mech suit later. When we see him. Yeah, exactly, Sierra Mike. If target equals alive, kill. Else kill. There's just... Now, what's funny is I've heard several people say that Omega is what Wily wanted Zero to be. I will talk about this more in the room, but allow me to quietly disagree with that. This is what Vile wanted Zero to be. Now, we can argue that back and forth, and we'll discuss it later. But for now, I just wanted to mention that. Hi, Knockloose. I'm afraid I can't let you leave this place, ever. Time for your destruction. And there's the good doctor. Omega, that will be quite enough. Speak of the devil, and rarely do I mean that more literally. From this day forward, you will fight with this person as a Neo-Arcadian. It's not polite smashing a friend like that. Lord Vile. Alright, let's talk about the first. Let's get this right out of the way, right out of the gate. You notice that I'm referring to him as Vile with kind of a V sound? There's two reasons for that. One, that's automatically how I pronounce that kind of a name in general. And two, that's a kind of a common thing, because his original name in the Japanese version is Lord Vile, with a V. They renamed this because in English, there is actually already a character named Vile, and they didn't want the confusion. So they called Vile, because Vile is called Baba, I think, in the Japanese version, or something weird like that. So there was kind of a name shuffle, so... This guy basically is Dr. Vile in most direct senses of the word. It's probably hard to tell, especially on the microphone. I do pronounce Vile and Vile a little bit differently, but it's mostly a positioning of the teeth kind of a thing. Now, let's talk about something else super quick. In the original intention, now how much of this matters is up to you, this was Dr. Wily. Now, based on everything I've seen, I'm pretty sure that was an idea that was abandoned early on, but that is speculation, not fact. I am also extremely grateful that this is not Dr. Wily. Because, as we've already discussed, Dr. Wily isn't really evil. He's not malevolent or malicious or cruel or petty or all the things that we call actually no really evil. Dr. Wily was a guy with a bruised ego who went way too far with it. Yeah, he's Bowser evil, as I've said many times. Dr. Vile is the most evil character in the entire franchise. We'll discuss this as we go, but Dr. Vile is really messed up. Neo-Arcadian? Who is this guy? So there he is. If it's not obvious, he more or less literally is in the jar there with his hair kind of dangling up. I am Vile. You may call me Dr. Vile. You must know my name, Apuria of the Four Guardians. And you, the legendary hero, Zero. Dr. Vile? You're kidding me! It can't be! Why are you, who were banished from Neo-Arcadia a century ago with a This exposition is so bad. That's simple. I brought him. Master X? Is that you? Spoilers. No, it isn't. Apuya, you haven't changed. And then there's... I missed you, Zero. You're a copy, aren't you? I brought back Master X, whom you defeated long ago. Let's go and interrupt for a second here. It is actually debatable if this is the same Copy X or not, but based on everything I've seen of this story, this actually is effectively Copy X 2. In other words, to make this clear, because this distinction does matter, Dr. Vile didn't take Copy X and bring him back, which is a thing you can do if the program remains. This is another Copy X that he built on his own, separate from the original Copy X. Yeah, a copy of a copy, exactly. This is part of... My biggest piece of evidence for this, other than the fact that that's Vile's approach in general, is the fact that Copy X2 literally doesn't work right, and we'll see... We've already seen some of this with the stutter, but we'll see more of this as we go through this. Hi, Eleazar. To protect humanity from the chaos of this world. Vile saved my life. I owe him, see? I'll take Omega back, thank you. Harpuya, you keep searching for the Dark Elf. Omega and the Dark Elf. We'll need them both for what's to come. But Master X, think about how many humans died because of the Dark Elf. And Omega, both built by this man! Not quite. How can you justify exposing humanity to such a grave danger? Especially now with the energy crisis almost solved. What's this? Are you trying to tell Master X what to do? When did you grow so bold, Harpuya? Vile, you... So, Zero, you guys are also searching for the Dark Elf, right? Let's make a contest out of it. I'll show you who the real hero is. Hi, Mighty Mage. Now things are getting interesting, Zero. Let's see how far you get with that body. Yeah, exactly, Mighty Mage. Copy X2 is literally... It's the Xerox problem. Now, whether or not the Xerox problem matters depends on the material and the medium, but in this case, it absolutely applies. It is worth noting, Baron mentioned this in chat, it is worth noting this speaks volumes for how brilliant of a scientist Dr. Vile is. Because most people couldn't make a Copy X2. Even though he is an inferior copy, and even though he's lesser, even that is the kind of thing most people couldn't accomplish. It puts Dr. Vile probably in like the 4th or 5th as far as most brilliant scientists in this setting. And, I mean, he is brilliant, it's just... Whew! It was with that body? Zero? This is terrible. So you were monitoring the whole thing. Hurry back to base. Operator, commencing trans. Terrible ranking, probably. Oh, no, we got A. Holy crap. So what we get? I cannot analyze this disc here. What do we got? Oh, these are Cyber Elves. I got Syliph, Maya, and 100 E-crystals. Oh yeah, this is just straight up loot. I actually forgot about this. It's been a while. Yeah, you get loot. You just get loot in this game. And then you open it for random things. It's okay, it's not loot boxes. It's just... We'll talk about it. Thank you, as always, Blue Alex. I'm glad you liked it. I noticed your comment, and I'm sorry that you're having a crummy day. I hope whatever causes said crumminess is either ignored or moved past or improved going forwards. Trails in the Sky 2. Oh yeah, Dr. Light is the number one. Let's just be clear about that. Now, that is debatable. The difference in overall brilliance between Dr. Light and Dr. Wily is so minuscule, most people couldn't even see it. They're both way up there. But I do personally think Light is slightly more brilliant, mostly because of the specifics of what Light manages, whereas Wily tends to focus a little bit more in other fields. That's the way I would phrase that. I mean, there's a reason 0 was stronger than X, but X could grow to be stronger than 0, right? What should I do? Seal, you're in charge now, okay? Just do whatever. Well, for now, not letting Neo Arcadia have the Dark Elf would be priority number 1. Ah, gotcha, Blue folks. Well, good, then. Good. Yeah, I was really happy with Chapter 7. Oof. I noticed a lot of technical flaws because, of course, I did. It's me. But I was really happy with the result. I'm looking forward to Chapter 8 next week. I will calculate our best course of action, giving priority to the search for the Dark Elf. Hey, Cyric. I was wondering if you're going to show up. I'll report to Miss Seal as soon as the results are in. Miss Seal, please cheer up. Everything's turned out alright before, isn't it? We believe in you, Miss Seal, and in Mr. Zero, too. Thank you, everyone. You did a good job, Mr. Red. Legit. The simulation will take a while longer to finish. I think we're going to need your help again, Zero, but you should go get a little rest first. For now, I'll save your data. Okay. Take care of managing the data just like always. If you need anything, let me know. One more thing. You should see Servo. I hear he's finished the secret disk analyzer. If found any secret disks you can't analyze, ask him to look into it for you. Okay. By the way, I actually already have a role that I want you to play in the next theater, Mr. Red. I'm not going to tell you what it is, or even what the next theater it is, but I just thought I'd share. Also. Okay, anyways. Oh, it's you, Zero. Did you get your new weapon from Servo? If not, you should go get it soon. Let me know how it works when you do. I can't really test its potential in the lab. The lab? I don't know why I say that so weird with the lab. Blech. Say, Servo. What's up? Hey, Zero. You're alright. I heard the news. Despite the new energy, the world is still not at peace. Yeah, it's weird, right? We have to find Andrew. We gotta find him. I never thought peace would be easy, but still. Anyways, I just finished a new weapon for you. I also fixed your shield boomerang. Here, take it. So we got the recoil rod and the shield boomerang again. Oh, one more thing about secret discs. A secret disc contains things you can't decode, right? Well, I can analyze them for you, so stop by anytime. You can also talk to me if you ever want to look at the contents of a disc you've already analyzed. Mr. Zero, please come to the commander's room immediately. Look, I'm kind of busy. No, let me... This recoil rod looks easy to use, thanks. Yeah, can I... No, let me go back! The world is too much for Seal to bear alone. Take good care of her, Zero. I mean, she does fine, but, you know, let's not talk about that. Alright, what do we got for weapons? So we've got the recoil rod. Exactly what it looks like. This is the daggers. And yeah, we can directional it, as you can see. Although we only have, I guess that's 6 directions? Yeah. Diagonal and left and right. And then, of course, we have the old standby. I should probably do this. Who's the dumbest person in this setting? The leaders of Neo Arcadia, and we'll explain why later. There we go. I suppose I should clarify the original leaders of Neo Arcadia. Not the judges, they were later. Not Copy X, he was later. And not Copy X2, who is the current leader of Neo Arcadia. There's also another leader of Neo Arcadia later, but we're not there yet. Oh, hey, Zero. I've been waiting for this whole time for Seal. She came in and left again right away. This little guy's a little worn out, so I'd like it fixed. I guess Seal must be busy. Yeah. Weird. Subject. Omega is a giant Reploid with the same energy signature as the Dark Elf. Some say that Omega was involved in the Elf Wars. The records state that a century ago, Omega was ejected into space. There's no other data available on Omega. Dr. Vile. Dr. Vile used the Dark Elf a century ago, causing the Elf Wars. He was banished from Neo Arcadia by the leaders of Neo Arcadia that I just mentioned. He is a scientist who excels at bringing dead Reploids back to life. So what is Neo Arcadia? Neo Arcadia is the last remaining survivable arcology on the planet. It is a self-contained, artificially crafted environment since bugs and animals and plants don't exist anymore, at least not in a serviceable state. So instead we have robotic bugs, robotic plants, and robotic animals serving to create a biome, or rather several biomes, around Neo Arcadia. So it's just the term for the whole livable space and the city-state that exists at the center thereof. The rest of the world is a freaking wasteland. The rest of the world was wrecked, first by Sigma and then by the Elf Wars. There is no plant life. It is debated if there's bacteria, but there probably is bacteria, otherwise the humans would be mega screwed. However, given how advanced the technology is in this setting, it's actually possible there's no bacteria, too. We're not sure about that. Who do I enjoy playing as more, Megaman or Zero? I mean, Zero. Zero's awesome to play as. So, these are Reploids, which is a replicated android to Quack. It means they are all based off of X's original pattern. Basically, every robotic life form you will see, every Reploid in this thing, is someone who is based off of X's original pattern to some extent or another. X was an android, a fully sentient sapient android, who actually had the ability to think and process and all that fun stuff. And yeah, Reploids were... So, X spent 30 years in a tube undergoing extensive testing constantly. For 3 decades. And then they were like, oh, this is cool. And then they made the first Reploid based off of him, and we're like, here you go. No testing, no nothing. You can guess why this was a bad idea. If the whole planet is devastated thing didn't give that away. Yes, they're all on the Switch, and the PS4, and the Xbone, and the PC, and your phone, and your microwave, and your stove oven. There are a couple of exceptions to the Reploid thing, but there's literally like 1 or 2. Depending on how you define it. So, not a lot. Like the guy we're playing right now, actually, who is arguably not a Reploid. But that distinction is something we've already mentioned. The lull in attacks from Neo Arcadia has me optimistic, but it seems they're on the move. I just hope they don't come here. For my job, the quieter things are, the better. Oh yeah, I should probably mention, there are still humans. There are not many of them. But there are a few humans still. The woman we just talked to, Seal, she is in fact a full human. The NES, SNES, and PS1 Mega Man. So, I don't actually know the full distinction that you mean by that, so let's be very clear. Classic Mega Man is Rock. We're just going to call him that. His title is Mega Man, but his name is Rock, okay? That's character 1. When we get to Mega Man X1, that's X, who is a different character. And then when we get to Mega Man X4, which is the first one on the PlayStation, that's X, who is still the same character as the previous X. That's it. Now, there's the Battle Network series, which is a different Mega Man, and there's the Star Force series, which is a different Mega Man, and there's the Legend series, which is a different Mega Man. But of the Mega Mans that we are playing, there are only two Mega Men, X and Rock. And also, yes, that's arguably a narrative point, Bragman, and something that is going to matter if we ever cover the ZX series. Hey, how's the new guy doing? Oh, pardon me. Can't keep calling the legendary Roy the new guy. It's been so boring since that LPZO left here. No one complains when I skip work. I don't have any stories to tell. There's just no excitement anymore. Oh, you'll have some excitement. But yes, the reason I separated the other Mega Men is because Classic, X, Z, and ZX is all one continuity and all one contiguous story with some bumps on the road. Whereas Legends has nothing to do with anything, Command has nothing to do with anything, Battle Network has nothing to do with anything, and Star Force has nothing to do with anything. They're all over there separate. So, this has never been 100% confirmed, Knock Loose, but the most common theory is that Mega Man, that is to say Rock, was repurposed into X. Now, there's actually several concurrent theories which kind of go along with that. But my personal theory, and I mentioned this the other day, is I like the idea that Proto Man, which is Blues, which is Rock's brother, was kind of merged with him, and the two were used in order to create X. Like the two became the template and the design spec for X himself. We don't know that for certain, though. There's no continuity, or there's no canon about that one way or another. Now, which collection should you get first? Well, if you're going to get into Mega Man, I recommend this one right here, the Mega Man Legacy Collection. There's also, it shouldn't be too much further down. There's also this game, but that's unrelated. Where is it? Shouldn't be that far up, because I haven't actually played it on this version here. There it is. There's also the Mega Man X Legacy Collection. That's actually X Legacy Collection 2, because it's weird, but that'd be the other one I'd recommend. There it is. There it is. Mega Man X Legacy Collection. And there's the Mega Man Legacy Collection 2. Now, these come in bundles, or at least they came in bundles. I actually don't know how it is now. When I bought these, I just bought 2 games, and it contained all 4 collections. Also, if you haven't, you should totally play Cat Quest. It's really fun. Anyways. Already talked to him? Nope. Hey there, Zero. Have you heard? The appearance of Omega, who has the same signature as the Dark Elf, has caused a rift in our world. The rift is called Cyberspace. Oh my god. A mysterious doorway connects it to the real world. Inside Cyberspace, Cyber Elf abilities auto-activate. Yeah, so... Takoida mentioned this the other day, and I reiterated it as well. We're getting close to the point where Magic is going to start re-entering the series, which I always kind of roll my eyes at, because the Magic elements of this franchise have always been my least favorite aspects of it, and the later X games, pretty much from X4 onwards, and the later Zero games from 03 onwards, they just go full-on Magic, and it's just ridiculous. Anyways, hey dude! What's this? You must be the new whippersnapper. Ah, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. Even my memory isn't quite that bad. Love you, Andrew. Oh, shoot! Hang on. When you have a moment, won't you listen to my story? Oh god, I skipped over it and I didn't mean to! He said something about there's someone new in the room, and I completely skipped it. A long time ago, I was a teacher at a school. Back then, there were many humans. It's no falsehood to say we lived in harmony together. I have so many good memories of those days. The one I remember most vividly is when we went on a picnic. There was a girl who had forgotten to bring her lunch, and when lunchtime came, she sat alone by herself. All her friends were too busy talking and eating to notice. She had a hard time fitting in, didn't speak up much. She didn't know how to tell her friends she forgot lunch. When I saw her, I figured as much as happened. So I gave her some donuts I had made that morning. Remember, he made bread. Oh, bored already? Nope, keep going. You know, before I taught, I worked at a bread factory. Yeah, we actually already knew that. Before that, I was a sailor. Oops, went off track. I was telling you about my giving the girl a donut. She didn't thank me and ran off with her head bowed. I thought she was going off to be with her friends, but on the way home, girl got off the bus and gave me something. It was a short letter and a piece of clover. The letter said, Mr. Andrew, I'm sorry I didn't find you a 4-leaf clover. Written in tiny letters. That was her way of saying thank you. Whenever I pass by the harbor where the school was, I recall the sweet voices of the children calling to me, Mr. Andrew. God, Andrew is so awesome. I'm sorry. He is like the best character in all three of these frickin' games. So, Mr. Red asked this. Hi, Inosians. Let's be clear. Andrew is from the time before the Elf Wars hit. Now, that's important because the Elf Wars killed off 90% of the life on the planet. So, you know, it was kind of devastating, is kind of the idea here. That's not a made-up number, by the way. The game actually flat out says 90%. Now, he might not have been there for the X series, but he was definitely there for prior to the Elf Wars, back when there was there was Paradise. People had actually figured everything out, and everything was cool, and then Dr. Vile happened. So thanks for that. When you have a moment, would you listen to my story? Okay, it's the same. Okay, this is the same one. Here we go. I am super not bored of you, Andrew. You are awesome. What do you know about the Elf Wars? Actually, quite a lot. I'm going to save some of that for later, because we haven't really discussed it in lore, but the main thing about the Elf Wars... You know how the Cyber Elves connect with Cyberspace, and Cyberspace connects with everything? What do you think the Elf Wars did? Imagine being killed by your toaster. Or your shower. Or your bed as you're sleeping. Oh no, PC is easy. I gotta emphasize this. Just about whatever was connected to the cyberspace. It's every frickety thing. Yeah, it was the Maverick virus, except so much worse, because instead of, you know, being something that's contained in a giant robot that can be destroyed, it was just loose and wild everywhere. There was nothing. There was no escape from it. This is why the 90% thing is actually believable in this case. Because, frankly, it probably should have been closer to 100%, or at least 99%. If everything, everywhere, starts going berserk and killing everyone at the same moment, there's going to be a lot of death. The only reason it wasn't worse was because they were able to use the very elves that were causing the problem in order to undo the problem and shut everything down. That's when Omega showed up, but we'll get to that later. And plus to story for Andrew. I don't even think I need to justify that one. Where do my controllers go? There we are. Where am I? Where am I? Okay. I'm surprised everything is still on cyberspace, but, you know, whatever. Yeah, Omega was the pièce de résistance of the Elf Wars, because you already had everything killing everyone, and then you have this giant mecha, which is nigh indestructible and regenerates. Just show up and start smashing everything that's left. Ah, Mr. Zero, I was just cleaning this room and I came across a secret disc. It must be around somewhere. If you find it, it's yours. Thanks. Mind me, just exploring. Notice it's essentially the same layout and style from the previous game, which again solidifies the fact that 02 and 03 are a connected sequel, whereas 01 was a disconnected prologue. Hiya, Zero. It's been 2 months since Mr. El Piso left here. I wonder when I'll be promoted to Commander. I don't think there's a more qualified successor. If that weren't possible, I might be an operator instead. You got my vote, buddy. He'd be a better commander than El Piso was. Yeah, frankly... So, this is never really emphasized in the games, but based on what they say and based on the world building, I've always sort of assumed that humanity's population kind of stopped being viable, and the only reason humanity survives at all is because of technology and alteration of genes, because otherwise the gene pool just got shot to crap, you know? I mean, 10% of, what was it, like a few 100 million is not exactly a small gene pool size, but at the same time, That's a random smattering of who survived when and where, and people who may or may not be related to each other, and blah, 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 blah. And they certainly have the tech to be able to gene alter, so that's probably where that came from. No, DeQuack? Now, if you're asking for why this looks different from the Mega Man Legacy Collection, that's because it's not. The Mega Man Legacy Collection's over here. This is the Mega Man 0 and ZX Legacy Collection. I don't agree with that, Innocence, but I've also read a lot of papers on that, believe it or not. And, frankly, scientists can't agree on that either, so who frickin' knows. Oh, Mr. Zero, good to see you. I'm taking a break after patrolling the second floor, so don't think I'm just slagging off. Yeah, sure you are. Like, there's the golden number, which I can't remember off the top of my head. It's like some very specific number, which is in the thousands. And then there's the minimum population with careful governance one, which is like 100-something. And then there's the 71, which is, of course, the absolute bare minimum survival of the species thing, but the species will be in severe trouble in a few generations, and so forth and so on. Nice to meet you. My name is Pirouette. Oh, it's Mr. Zero. Sorry about that. I have poor vision. But that aside, Miss Seal's research is just incredible. Incomplete as it is, I think that the miracle of undying cyber elves shows the fruits of her labor. Oh, yeah. I'll take that. Still a better commander than El Piso. Oh, most assuredly, Blue Hero. Most assuredly. Oh, I agree, Leander. It's funny because several people, myself included, kind of raised an eyebrow at the solution of the ZX series. But let's be honest, humans becoming cyborgs at birth was probably the only real solution for the species to keep surviving. Hello, Mr. Zero. I'm sure you've forgotten my name. I'm Autarok. A Treek, or a Trush. I've been carrying loads around here for years. Sometimes I wish I could do something else, but it just isn't anything I'm good at. Sorry, I didn't mean to gripe to you, Mr. Zero. It's okay. I feel you, buddy. Nothing I'm good at either. Hey, it's Lazy Boy. I just can't stand work. My job? My job is to watch the harbor all day. All day, every day. Just kidding. If that Hebrew heard me say that, he'd be sure mad. I give up on life. No, Mr. Zero. Before I walked here, I was a security guard in the desert. Of course, that was over a year ago at this point. Actually, let me check something real quick. Yep, that's what I thought. If we're surprised by it and have no chance to do anything about it, Elizar, we'd probably be wiped out. At the very least, we'd be very close to wiped out. You know, say 90%-ish, something like that. Just checking. If we did know, then we'd win. Because we're humans, that's what we do. We are stupidly resilient as a species, and we have accomplished ridiculous things. Lately, I've been so bored, my trigger finger's itching. I suppose that's nothing to complain about, right? Oh, yeah, I can't make out what's on this disc, but you can have it. Thanks, buddy. But Wally is a horror movie! Why would we nuke them? We'd just be nuking ourselves, Elizar. How do you nuke an ant without nuking yourself, too? No, unfortunately, Innocence. There is actually an explanation between 01 and 02, but not an explanation here, which kind of sucks. How would I divine vague? Well, hang on. Let me pull up Merriam-Webster here. Hang on. Let me pull this up. Give me a second. Let me pull up the definition here. Vague. see here. Not clearly expressed or stated in indefinite terms, not having a precise meaning, not clearly grasped or understood, or not being felt or sensed. Also, not thinking... There's a lot of definitions here. We're going to go with that. There you go. There's my definition. What will it be? Secret disk, please. File A. The beast-like Mutos Reploids defend the human race. Cyber Elf. Another Cyber Elf. E-crystals. E-crystals. Omega. This Reploid has the signature of the Dark Elf. Yeah, we know that, thanks. I don't know. At least are all the weapons we use to kill everything else? Guns, fire, giant mechas, I don't know. Pesticides, torpedoes, yeah, exactly, everything. We just use everything. Grand Cannon, a cannon made for frozen terrain. Shot counter, can block frontal attack. We actually have a bestiary, kinda, for once. Seal, a researcher specializing in energy. I can't do names. Russinol? Russinol? I didn't know that, Sierra. Could you tell me that again? Helps with wounded Reploids. Alouette, treasures a doll Seal gave her. Servo, engineer who makes Zero's weapons. First name Tom. Pirouette, a brilliant assistant to Seal. Atruche, a tall Reploid known for his dull speeches. Pick, a cynical Reploid who makes snide comments. Well, the first thing that happened is they were caught unawares by everything. The second thing that happened is the weapons they would use to fight with killed them, Elizar. Imagine if you pick up a gun and it shoots you, or refuses to fire, or explodes in your hand. You know? Considering the massive reliance on technology they had, they were kind of screwed. I mean, even by the X series, there was a massive over-reliance on technology because, well, even the classic series had to have off-world colonies just to keep Earth functional and serviceable in terms of resources. So, the gun shoots you into a wall. What do we have here? And nothing really cool. Let's fuse. No. Ooh, more ladder crime. That's a good question, Emperor Valerian. And unfortunately, I have to phrase it that way because who frickety knows. As of the X series, they still had some interstellar abilities, but after X5, which is when Sigma smashed a giant... I keep saying a space station. I gotta be clear about this. This is a space station. This was a living city in space, right? It was one of those. And he smashed one of these giant meteors into the Earth. At full speed. Anybody who knows about an extinction-level event knows what this kind of a thing means. So, by the X series, they had started getting off-planet and off-world, and then that happened, and then all contact with off-world basically stopped after that. So it is actually possible that there are still off-world colonies and off-world people still there, and it's also possible that, you know, they're all super turbo dead because they stopped getting, you know, personnel and food and whatever else they needed from Earth, so... Who knows what actually happened to the colonies? They haven't covered it yet. I was honestly kind of hoping that ZX would go into that a little bit, because ZX is about post-apocalypse, right? So they're starting to recover from all this crap. Earth is starting to get livable again. And it felt like that would be a good direction to take the series, and then it stopped, because of course it did. Sorry, this took long, Joe. Are you ready? We've simulated our options based on the information at hand. I've had the results prepared in the form of missions. First two are to prevent Neo Arcadia from getting the Dark Elf, guerrilla attacks at Neo Arcadia to protect everyone from its threat. Is fighting our only option? I mean, we've developed this new energy. I thought the world would finally be at peace. Listen, Seal. Do we really have to keep fighting? Seal, you're already doing the best you can, and you're not alone. Leave the rest to us. It's Zero. Mr. Zero, we're ready. You can leave at any time. Did I mention she's human? Because she is totally falling for Zero, I'm just saying. I mean, who could blame her, right? Let's see. Let's do... I should start from the left. Screw it. The Arcadian Army... Actually, hang on. Back up. Blazin' Flizzard. Childra Inabita. Devilbat Schilt. And Death Tan's Mantis, excuse me. I love these names. I mean, who wouldn't want Coke Zero? Anyways, I have no idea, Elizar. I mean, it depends on how you define it at that point. Anyways, let's do some scouting in the volcano. Name a series that touches on trauma very well. Hellblade Senua. I know that sounds like a weird answer, Elizar, but most people, when they say technology, they mean computers. Most people don't think about the fact that a stick is also technology. Or a council is technology, right? Or the very concept of social interaction is technology, and so forth and so on. Anyways, they're building a huge missile outside the base. The base must be here to support the construction. Analyzing a route to the missile factory will take quite a while. Zero, what should we do? Alright, I'll buy us some time by attacking the base. Start your analysis. Yeah, stick with duct tape is technology. So, again, actually, it is literally forbidden, Gum. But yeah, if all technology was gone, then we would be dead, because we would no longer have brains for all technology to be gone. My favorite definition of technology is the application of human ingenuity in real life. Or the application of sentient ingenuity in fiction. But anyways. But if we lost all our tech, that is to say, all of our electric tech, then we'd just... I mean, we wouldn't lose our knowledge. We wouldn't lose our understanding and capacity. There would still be plenty of people who would figure out how to make a new and how to build a new. So, no, we wouldn't be reset to the Dark Ages. We'd be reset to... nothing. There's no category for that. It would suck to not have any video games anymore. I'd immediately kill myself, of course, but, you know, that's not either there. Because we gotta have suicide in all our YouTube videos. It's a rule. It's the YouTube rule. These things hurt. What? The hell is that? What is this? Oh, right! Cyberspace. So this is Cyberspace. Right, I actually forgot about this feature. Hang on. Damn it, these things. Hi, Ross. Volcanoes! There is no cyber sex in cyberspace. Wow! Okay, these hit a little hard. And I just noticed we don't have levels, I think. Double check here. Yep, nope, we do not appear to have levels for weapons, so we just have all the stuff. That probably explains why we can do a full charge now. So we kept some of our stuff from the previous game. Need to remember that, because I keep forgetting to charge, because I keep thinking I don't have it. Alright, cyberspace. That... We'll get there, Russ. And that's all I'm going to say about that. So you can tell we're in cyberspace because it's green. Now they drop health. I don't remember the difference of Cyberspace, honestly, in this one. So if anyone wants to answer me that, please feel free, because I actually don't remember. The further we get into the Zero games, the less I know them. You know, the less knowledge I have on hand to just dissect and analyze. Which is funny, because the games get better as we go, but... You know. Just hypothetically. Although I got some flack for saying that 02 was better than 01, but that's to be expected. 02 was a lot more bog standard than 01. Just 01 was a frustrating mess. There we go. Excuse me. That was lava. Did you know that was lava? Because I didn't know that was lava. Right, right. So we play through the level in cyberspace form to keep our elves. That's right. Weird. Much easier. Hey, Larian. I don't know if there's any loot differences. Like different drops in different sides or whatever. Net. Ooh, okay. Oh, wow. I guess that makes sense, because it is technically easier to go through cyberspace than regular space. But I just did, Mr. Red. I literally just talked about that. Mr. Red does not watch The Lore Runner. Confirmed! Ooh, good idea, Sarah. Sorry, I'm trying to understand Eleazar's question, but I admit, if you asked me to find lore, I just wouldn't. I'd just say nope. And that'd be my answer to you. Define lore. Nah, I'm good. That's weird. Ah! And we're dead. Left nostril's kind of doing weird. It's got some issues. I'm still working on it. I'm working on it. We'll get there. We'll get there. That did not work out the way I wanted it to. Fine. Okay, you ready for me, Mr. Red? Ready. I'm ready. The summary is coming. Okay. So the Elf Wars, the easiest way to explain the Elf Wars is I want you to imagine that everything everywhere, like your bed and your chair and your cup and your lights and your computer and your phone and your gun and your everything are all run on cyberspace, and all the cyber elves all just kind of swarm all of that and turn all of that in an attempt to kill you. And that just happens everywhere in the whole world simultaneously with mass executions on a literally billions scale. And that's the Elf Wars in a nutshell. Or, excuse me, that's Phase 1 of the Elf Wars. Like I said, we'll talk about Phase 2 later. Aw. Got over it. Released it a little too early, I think. And now I'm just jumping blind. It's almost like the camera's too zoomed in. That didn't work at all. I give up. I give up. Don't care. I don't care. It's just loot. Although I actually want loot in this game, but whatever. Moving on. Little slow. Little slow. Pick up the pace, Laura. There you go. A little better. Alright, we have to fight the boss in Meat Space. We don't have any elements, do we? Just occurred to me. Yeah, we don't have anything. Jeez. We got nothing. Move. Move. The theater premiere was awesome. I, as always, notice all the flaws. Which makes me feel really stupid, embarrassed. But, at the same time, it turned out really well. I'm really happy with Chapter 6 and Chapter 7. A little nervous about Chapter 8, but, you know. Chapter 8's the other big one. As in, literally big. It's like 2 hours long. Also, 7 and 8 are, in many ways, the same chapter. I just kind of chopped them in two because I didn't want there to be a chapter that was 4 hours long. Plus, Chapter 7 is primarily focused on Vivi, whereas Chapter 8 is primarily focused on Eiko, so, you know, that's related. Oof, okay. It saved the position. That's interesting. Save that one. Excuse me. Excuse me. Oh yeah, I know I've mentioned this a few times. This is a good time to reiterate that 03 was supposed to be the end of the franchise for the Zero series. In fact, there's something they did in 04 specifically to ensure they would not be asked to do a 05. This is one of the reasons why ZX ties so much into the Zero series, because ZX1 actually began its life as Z5. Damn it. I was catching up, and then I fell behind again. And nope, we're behind. I mean, that depends on what you define as RPG elements, but I would say no, personally, but that's just me. And that's definitions. We all know definitions is the endless, bottomless pit of death, so we just stay away from that. I mean, is Doom an RPG? The eternal question. How would I make a Megaman RPG? You know, I'm going to derail for just a moment, if you don't mind. I was thinking recently, I have something like 30-ish game ideas bouncing around my head that I'd like to do someday. And, I think like 2 of them are RPGs. Just a random thought that occurred to me. Anyways. Oh my god, I'm behind. I'm behind again. As soon as I fall behind, that just falls apart. Jeez Louise. I mean, I wouldn't pay $20 for that Zactaf, but then again, I'm not a big fan of the Punisher. But how would I make a Megaman RPG? So the first thing I do is I do what I said I'd do yesterday. I turn it into a tactical grid-based RPG, basically in the style of XCOM, the recent XCOMs. Really focus on the action economy, really focus on the strategic layer of customization. Is this just survive? I just noticed the timer for the first time because apparently I'm blind. Hang on. I thought this was a kill. My first instinct was to kill. I'm truly a black mage. Diablo 2 on Switch? No? Question mark? And yes, there was Mega Man Battle Network, which I'm not capable of really telling if that qualifies as an RPG or not, so I'll let someone else answer that question. But you're probably asking me, like, what kind of story would I do? Well, the first thing I would do is I would take the existing story and throw it out the window. and start over, effectively trying to rewrite Mega Man from word go. Kind of like the Trek rewrite, just, you know, a little more Mega Man-y. Whoa! Outfit Sect F? No. I'm sorry. There's a reason why microtransactions, even cosmetic ones, are an automatic negative nowadays. Screw all of that crap. Okay. Nope, and we're dead. Okay. That sucks. That sucks. I wish I'd known, and then I would have done it, but whatever. That's on me, I guess. Yeah, it's weird, Chaluto. Yes, there are filters, which I will absolutely not be using because I actually like my eyes. Sorry. No, my finger literally slipped. Actually, literally slipped there. Right off the R button, which is dash, by the way. I wonder what the hell that was. Yeah, cosmetic microtransactions were okay once upon a time. I'll actually agree with that sentence. And even nowadays, there's still a few individual exceptions, but the problem is microtransactions have become an entire industry. Cosmetic or no, it's gone too far. Way, way too far. Nope, yep, you're absolutely right, Paranoid Andrew, which is what I said earlier. It's like, oh my god, can I go back? No, I cannot go back. I have, in fact, played Diablo 3. Maybe. I might have heard of it. That's one of those really random indie games by a tiny little developer who only has like 5 people, and just they really need those tax breaks because they're such a tiny studio. Diablo 3 is one of the best games I've ever played in general, but I know I'm one of the only people who's that positive about it. When we did the lore run... By the way, we already have a Diablo lore run, Elizar. God damn it! When we did the lore run of Diablo in general, and we're playing through 3, I got a lot of flack for being as positive as I was towards that game. Do I think Mega Man Zero is a good starting point for a newbie? Abso-freaking-lutely not. This is not only as hard, but arguably as bad as the Mega Mans get right here. There are some challengers to that, Mega Man X7, Mega Man X6. But this is rough. Mega Man 01 will probably be the worst-rated Mega Man game we've ever played. What's happening right now on your screen is a really good example of what's going on. Which one is the best? Diablo 1, a game that was made in the 90s by people who barely know what they're doing, which doesn't have a run button. Diablo 2, which only has 1 respec per thing and actually goes out of its way to try and encourage you to click your way into an early arthritic attack. Or Diablo 3, which is an amazing game. That's a very easy question to answer. Which is my favorite Mega Man game? Well, I haven't reviewed the Mega Man games yet, so I do not know. Oh my god, grab the ladder! It's not that hard. Just grab the damn thing. Grabbing ladders and going up in general has always been problematic in platformers. See the Mario problem for another example of this. Yeah, we all know Diablo Immortal is actually the best Diablo game. I mean, come on. I can play it on my phone! You're a Pokemon game? Well, I've only reviewed a few, but I believe Shield was the one that rated the best. Grab... Oh my god! Someone told me I have to make a game in Rydell Retribution. I can make whatever I want, but the first game has to be canon. So I'm just gonna say I've already rewritten Rydell Retribution, Valerian, on the off chance you have not seen it. Allow me to personally and professionally recommend you watch the Rydell Retribution lore run. That's true for everyone. Of all my many lore runs, that's still one of my most proud moments, and I'm not actually joking about that. I'm not memeing. I put a lot of thought and effort into the Rydell Retribution lore run, and I just answered you, Elizar. I already answered you. God. So yeah, you haven't seen it. Okay, yeah, please go watch it. If there's only one way I could sell you on the Ride to Hell Retribution lore run, think of it this way. Of my various friends, you know, my real-life friends, they don't watch my stuff, because why would they? We chat and play, and nobody wants to hear me yammer on for 7 hours at a time. But all of them agree that the Ride to Hell Retribution lore run was actually good, and my friends have actually seen that lore run. Make of that what you will. Oh my god, we did it! We grabbed a ladder. We have accomplished the most difficult challenge this game has to offer. Oh, thank God. Okay. Shield, Elizar. Of the ones I have reviewed, so what I said was I haven't reviewed all the Pokemon games yet, but of the ones I've reviewed, I'm pretty sure Shield was the one that rated the best, although I actually don't remember that off the top of my head. I guess I can look. Check it out. I can go to my website right now. Hang on. LoreRunner.com. I'll answer you. This is totally not me plugging my website or the reviews page. Let's hit the reviews page. Sort by golden number, and look for our first Pokemon. Looks like the highest rated Pokemon game is actually Pokemon Black and White, which was going to be my other answer. Then Shield, then Omega Ruby, then Let's Go, and that's it. So there you go. There's your answers in that order. I know, I have a website, guys. Did you hear that? It exists. I swear it exists. Oh, God, that's... Oh, wow, that's awful. All right. Ooh, okay. Love instant death. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Yeah, Let's Go was a surprisingly good game. It really was. I fell in love with several aspects of it. And then there was the rest of it, which was terrible. But still, there's some great stuff there. Oh, my God. I mean, I'm not a fan of the Punisher, I just don't think he's worth 20 bucks to act out. Even with cosmetics. Yep, nope. Ugh, God dang it, that timing. Oh, that timing is awful. That's like a third of a second window. Jesus. No, it's Ride to Hell Retribution, for future reference. Not that you should watch that. I mean, you should. You should go watch that lore run right now, but, you know, whatever. Seriously, go watch it. Go watch it! Boss time. I almost gave up on finding a foe worthy of fighting me. You look like you might at least be a minor challenge. I'm gonna enjoy this, Zero. So these are the gentle judges. We'll talk about them in a minute. Get ready for Blazing Flizzard, one of Vile's numbers. Let's heat it up. He's weak to stuff I don't have. He throws his hat at us. How many enemies do you know that throw a hat, honestly? Alright, so we're dead. I'm tepid, and I was hoping to have a little fun, too. Yeah, they mock you when you die, too. So in other words, would I be a Maverick or a Robot Master, Elizar? Look, as long as he doesn't throw a shoe, we're okay in Oceans. I'd be a Robot Master. Being a Maverick is nice and cool until you want to do anything mundane with your life, like, you know, go hang out at the park with your niece, or go to the grocery store, or anything, really. Almost. One more hit. Who has the most complicated relationship between hero and villain? Bob. God, I don't know. I suddenly can't think of anybody who has a complicated relationship between hero and villain in general. I'm sure there are some, it's just I'm blanking. Like, there's no complication between X and Sigma, for example. It's just Sigma's crazy and X is not. And Sigma's based on his design, which is always weird to think about. Oh, I didn't stagger. I thought it'd stagger. Who are you to put out my flames? Lord Vile will get you, though. Make no mistake. He'll cover the whole world in flames. You can't put out the flames of our new world. Had to go for the photo finish. I do hope you enjoy it, Knock News. Very, very much so. It's... yeah. Like I said, I'm actually pretty proud of that one. We got Flame, and we got an FX skill. And a burst shot. We got all sorts of stuff. We got Sloppy. Yeah, there you go. Professor X and Magneto. There you go. There you go. There's my answer. RPGs where the heroes lose in the end. Final Fantasy II. Sorry. Are we counting bad endings? Thank you, Zero. We failed to destroy the missile, but I believe we succeeded in delaying its construction. I'll analyze the route to the missile factory as quickly as possible. Please wait a bit longer, okay? Okay. I was actually thinking of Golden Sun as well. I'm just saying, in FF2 we kill the last boss, but I mean, we lose. World is smashed. We now have Flame attack. Hey, we changed colors with that now. Woo! And we have an EX skill. Explodes when used with Flame Chip. Wonder Knights 2. Yeah. I mean, not an invalid point, Dream Whisperer, but at least FF6 ends on a we might actually be able to make this work note. FF2 ends on a well, that sucked kind of a note. Neo Arcadia is a utopia of peace without any Mavericks. Wink! Wink! No Mavericks here. Nope, nope, nope. Did you just jaywalk? Into the Maverick bin with you. So this lizard can detach its tail and its frill. Fascinating. A mechanaloid made to cook fish. Okay. Shoots 4-way bullets and then warps. That's that thing. What else we got? What else we got? Is that it? Is that all we got? Yeah, okay. Sorry I couldn't fix your weapons in time. Since there haven't been any attacks from Neo Arcadia, I thought I'd just upgrade your weapons instead. But it ended up taking more time than I expected. Sorry about that, but I was able to make some pretty good improvements to your weapons. By the way, about your recoil rod. Do you want to know how to use it? Sure. Recoil rod can blast enemies with a charge, and you can also aim down and shoot to fly into the air. Certain barriers can only be destroyed with the charge attack, so don't hesitate to give it a try. Dwight and I spent a month putting it together for you, so use it well. Works the trick with new weapons to give them a try, and you get used to them. I have many phobias, Elizar. Taxes, spreadsheets, Final Fantasy VI. And Megaman. I'm allergic to Megaman. Oh, God, it's everywhere. No, I'm joking, I'm sorry. I have mild phobias. Like, I understand the distinction between having a mild phobia and having a no really panic attack phobia, because I have personally encountered the latter. But I do have a mild phobia of spiders, specifically. And very few things actually trigger that, but when they do, those things can go to hell, and get a negative for it. Thankfully, there's only 5 games, I think? No, 4 games that are going to get that negative. that I know of off the top of my head. But JF0 is quite correct. We need to think about positives and negatives. All that fun stuff. So what we're going to do, we're going to go over here. We're going to pull up our 0-2 pluses and minuses. Now, the cutscene animations are substantially less interesting so far, so we're not giving that positive. Doodad utilization, we will debate. Harry Potter is a movie... Harry Potter 2 is a movie I've never seen again. Elizar, make of that what you will. So, let's jot down some potentials. We've got doodads, we've got visual storytelling. Doodads, visual storytelling, question mark. We already got dialogue. We need to give this a plus. We're probably going to give the music a plus. We're probably going to give all these things a plus. We're definitely... Are there sub-tanks in 03? Yes, Hagrid's friend was made a little bit too well. And yes, Dragon Age Inquisition is one of the games that will get a negative for spiders. Dragon Age Origins, Dragon Age 2, Dragon Age Inquisition, and Skyrim. Those are the 4. Thank you, Twister. Always. Much obliged. You know where you want to put that? Let me know. Okay, there are sub-tanks, so we're going to give that one, and that one, and that one, and that one. All of these are probably going to be positives. I'm going to put them in italics, but this is most likely going to be a thing. I'm just going to literally copy-paste from 03. Excuse me, 02. There's going to be a little bit of copy-paste in the Mega Man reviews. Go figure. Dungeons 3, you got it, Twister. Thank you, again. Shelob actually doesn't bother me that much, but I've only seen her twice. Once when the movie first came out, and then I would skip over the scene every reviewing of that film. And once when I was doing the rumination, I actually commented on it. That it was the second time I'd seen that frickin' spider. Scroll back here. We also, of course, have unskippable cutscenes, which is going to be copied over. Double checking a few things here. I assume it's the same New Game Plus, too. Because that's going to be the same thing. Listen, all I'm saying is that I would have all the sex with Shelob in one of her forms, but not the other. So we've got unskippable cutscenes, boss refights, Ninja Gaiden enemies, and screen crawls. Let's copy all these negatives, or let's just make this easy. Just give all the negatives. And, okay, so this obviously does not exist. This is a maybe. The ice physics aren't a thing, but we'll just leave that there just in case they are. Oh my god, why, Valerian? I actually had a thought, just as a mental exercise. What if I met someone that I knew was sentient sapient, that I knew was benevolent and kind and friendly and all that, but they looked like the kind of spider that really bothers me? And I actually pictured myself being like, okay, that's cool. You stay over there, please. Please stay over there. Just on the other side of the room. Thank you. Thank you. I don't, go over there. Just keep going over there. Thank you. Can you go outside? I'll shout through the door. I'll shout through the door. Okay. Okay. Now I can see your shadow. Screw it, and then I stab him. Alright, so... So hang on, let's update this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So pretty much the Mega Man Z standards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And we'll see how that goes as we go. So far the story isn't as impressive, which is a shame, but we've got more story stuff to cover in the future, so... Yeah, anyways. Really, Cyric? Yeah, I'm not into anime or spiders, so it works out, Medora. Operator. Yeah, Spider-Man's fine because he's not a spider. Except when he was, and I've read that comic. Is this it? Cherem anime. I mean, I'd watch the hell out of that, I'm just saying. Who wouldn't watch that? Not really, Elizar. I mean, I want you to think about how much food you have to eat in order to constantly be producing that webbing. Like, I already have enough troubles with food, you know? I mean, in fairness, that Man-Spider storyline wasn't just horrifying, it was also kind of bad. Man-Spider giving birth to Spider-Man was not something I needed to see in my life, you know? Only in the one continuity, Elizar. Because all the rest of the continuities, he just has a freaking device, which is the source of the web. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. The ice physics are back! But I won't give the negative unless it's really a problem. You think I'm joking, by the way? Man-Spider gives birth to Spider-Man in that comic series. I don't even feel like that's a spoiler, because it's just that horrible. Now, you know what the really funny part is? Can anyone guess why they decided to go with that horrific story arc? Because there's a specific reason. No, I've never heard of Spider-Man before, Elizar. I'm afraid all those thoughts are lost like teardrops in rain. It's like chests only give loot once, which actually makes a lot of sense. So, I'm sure several of the Spider-Man fans know the answer, but allow me to go ahead and give that answer away. There was a brief movement in the comic verse in order to give Spider-Man the organic web slingers rather than the devices. So their solution, their idea, in order to give Spider-Man the organic webbing, was to have him turn into Man-Spider, and then die, giving birth to himself. And when Spider-Man emerged from his own corpse, he now had the organic webbing. Sure. Do you know that I could talk to the model? At first it was just me, and other baby babble. So please let me know if you find my baby elves. Yeah, sure. Yeah, there's other ways to give organic... I mean, you gotta admit, there's something kind of metal about dying and giving birth to yourself, but at the same time... Ugh. I believe so, yes, a regular hunter. Oh yes, about cyberspace. Want to know more? Yes. Then let me explain. Some elves activate when you go into cyberspace, but not all elves do. Only elves with the A mark activate. They activate even when not grown, and they also don't die. There's also no penalties for using them, but when you enter cyberspace, you lose 5 mission points. Also in cyberspace, you get no secret discs from foes, and you can't fight bosses while still inside. Got it. So hang on, is this a once and done thing, Cyric, or is this a I have it forever thing? Because I thought the satellites were have it forever thing, but I'm not actually sure. Speaking of which, let's go over to our satellite. I'll put it in satellite 1, I guess. Oh, we have another one. Ah, the cover fire one. Yeah, that's what I thought. So we should just have... Yep, there we go. So now we have our 2 satellites. This is a cool idea, by the way. The satellite idea for the cyber elves. They keep doing cool stuff with elves. Anyways, let's talk to the best character in the game. Hey, Zero. You have a moment, won't you listen to my story? I was a teacher to school, human, blah, blah. Okay, never mind. So, who asked that? That was someone... Paranoid Android asked if that was a girl or a human Reploid. So let's be clear. There's only one asterisk human in Mega Man Zero in general, in all 4 games, and that's Seal. Everyone else is a Reploid with the one asterisk, which we'll talk about later. Hey, she actually tells me where Andrew was. This disc belongs to Andrew, but he's good with machines, you just go ahead and take it. Thanks. Better than being bit by a radioactive human, am I right, Blue Hero? Actually, I guess I should talk to him. Ah, Mr. Zero, I was just cleaning this room and I came across a secret disc. Okay, same thing. It's pretty good. It's certainly the best bass music we've had. Well, you noticed I mentioned an asterisk, Mr. Red. So, Vile was human. What he is now is a little bit more debatable. So I guess I'll go ahead and explain this. Vile, after being defeated after the conclusion of the L-Force by Zero and X, his punishment was to be turned into a cyborg, and his cybernetic parts constantly regenerate him. Now, if you're missing that the way that operates is that bits and pieces of him are slowly being replaced with machines, cybernetics and circuitry and all that fun kind of stuff. It can be argued that the Vile we see in this game is actually 100% machine at this point, that there is actually no humanity left. But that's getting into debatable rather than fact. The Seals research said there are 2 types of elves, fusion elves and satellite elves. Fusion elves perish, as it has always been. For example, when an elf turns in a sub-tank or destroys some enemy units, then there's newer type, the satellite elves. These are the new ones that Seal invented. These elves can be equipped and removed freely and they won't perish, but you can only equip 2 at a time. 1 in satellite 1 and 1 in satellite 2. There's no penalty for using them. Some fusion elves can be upgraded into satellites. Cool. Yeah, Vile being a cyborg makes sense until you realize that there's no humanity left there. That's kind of the kicker. It's okay, though. We'll see exactly how unhuman he gets later. Oh, we're working hard. Yep, you keep working hard. Or else! Oh, sorry. Oh, hey, I found this disc under the load. You want it? Well, you're not expecting to get it for free, are you? Let me think. Alright. You can have it if you answer my question. Do you know that small Reploid down the hall? The one that carries a book with him wherever he goes? Answer me this. What's his name? That pirouette. So you knew. Very well. Here, take it as promised. Yeah, I paid attention, buddy. Good afternoon, Noel. Yes, we have met Copy X2. Or Copy X, whatever you prefer there. I like Copy X2 myself, but then again, I have a very robotic brain because this is my 3rd time through the temporal loop, so... I've already replaced most of my humanity. I did that forever ago. Although, does it even count as humanity when I'm not human to begin with? Speciesanity? There's gotta be a word for that. Sentientanity? Andrew! Old Reploid who likes to talk a lot, and is the best character in the game. Menart, a mischief maker who plays hooky. Thanks. Okay. Let's go save. By the way, we actually have 5 save slots. Just point that out real quick. Someone mentioned that. I guess I got out of control back there. But when I imagine somebody getting hurt, everything just turns black. There must be some other way. I will not give up until peace is secured at any cost! Okay, so we have fire. So let's attack what is wait, fire's good against lightning, isn't it? So it's probably gonna be that guy. Death Tan's Mantisk. This is a residential area where humans once lived. We sent some people to investigate and received news that Dark Elf may have been seen. For some reason, we're unable to scan the area. That's a good question, Noel. And I don't know is the answer. It's possible X didn't know how to. Like, how many people can make a body that can actually be X's body at this point in time? So you can burn away the ivy, in case you missed that last time. Burn it all away. Burn it all away. Burn everything! Oh, sorry. This has been my heavy metal cover band. Please find me on OnlyBands, or OnlyFans, whatever it's called. It's funny, it's so easy to clear away overgrowth. You just need some fire. Look at this. Clean this place right up. Interesting. It's also possible X didn't have access to the facilities he would need to, you know, build a proper body for himself. Glad I did the flame stage before this one. Jeez Louise. Could you imagine? You can burn this stuff away. What, like in-universe or in the card game, Blue Hero? I mean, it's worth noting that Vile was pretty horrible before he was cyberneticized, but I kind of like the idea, too. Mr. Red, I'm with you on that. Yeah, interesting. Blue Hero. Who the heck is Dorothy? Am I just misremembering a vitally important character? Hey, silly idea. I do kind of like how this apartment complex is just completely overrun and you know, terrible. Because it would be, right? All of the plant, what do you call them? There's actually a term for it. I can't remember it. The mechanical plants, they're not being directed, so they just grow uncontrollably, because that's their program. So they just grow and grow and grow and grow, and hopefully at some point someone will stop that. Otherwise, we're going to have a very planty planet. So the first thing we're going to talk about in the rumination of Wizard of Oz is how incredibly horrible it was to work on the set. Then we're going to talk about that for 20 minutes. Excuse me. This is an interesting song. Not sure what I think of it. This where I just came in, right? Yep. Okay. Okay, so I didn't get a sub-tank, so that sucks. But also didn't seem like I missed anything, so that sucks too. Oh, that sucks, silly idiot. I'm sorry. It was certainly a lot more satisfying than the 0-1 ending, I'll tell you that much. Well, first, Medoro, I have no idea, because I've never seen them. But second of all, they would absolutely, definitely be Lamentations, no question. Okay, it's after the mini-boss, thank you. I was just about to look it up. Mama. Hey, it's the baby elves. Hey, Pri. Mama's not here. That's right, Kriya. Mama's not here. Hey, Priya, let's look a little further inside. That's right, Kriya. Let's look a little farther inside. What is this, Thorn and Zorn all over again? Those must be... Zero, I've picked up some baby elf readings on that portable scanner I gave you. Really? I never would have guessed that. Can you protect the babies? Yes. Even though they're pure evil. I mean, we did kill a bunch of babies in Bloodborne, so, you know, we're just... Might as well save a few to balance things out a bit, a little, right? What's the difference, Mr. Red? If the fight is in every game, then they are in every game. Unless you mean mechanically. In which case, never mind. Then mechanically, no question. It's actually kind of an interesting boss fight. Especially in the sense that it's extremely easy, but only if you know what you're doing. Otherwise, it's kind of punishing. It's also pretty well shown in the fight itself what you need to do in order to make stuff happen. I'll accept that. Yeah, auto charge is one of the better features that the 20xdx and 30xdx games added. Can I just say that? Like, in 30xdx it's an option, in 20xdx it's an upgrade you get. But that thing is such a godsend for the hand. That is actually an interesting weapon design. A millipede with guns on both ends, so it could just shoot. Like, pretty much in all directions. Just not at once. Yeah, that healing satellite is ridiculous. And I am not complaining at all. I mean, that is pretty much the kind of difficulty I tend to like in a game right there. You want hard mode? Turn off the satellite elves, you know? Buster only, to use the classic equivalent. I'm gonna have to decide how much of classic Megamans we do Buster only, because that's actually how I'm used to playing those games. Because that's the categories I used to run. Do feel free to point it out if I pass it, Cyrek, by the way. I'm going to be looking for it on my own, but if I pass it, go ahead and be like, Lord, dude, you're a moron! I'm like, oh, okay. Welcome back, Bragwin. Yeah. A game you can't Buster only? So technically you actually can't Buster only Mega Man 2. So it's Buster only with an asterisk, because you absolutely require the crash bombs in order to beat that game. And to my knowledge, asterisk, there is no other way around that. Also, we're officially having urban warfare in a Mega Man game. So that's neat. So I'm guessing it was back there, the upper left area, that I looked at and then decided to explore a little bit. And then, yeah, okay, so. How the hell am I going to make that? Okay, hang on. I don't know how to make that jump. Since I can't do it in the air, and I never figured out how to do it off of enemies. A little easier in my hands. Okay, that timing is interesting. That's... okay. Oh my god, okay. Yeah, I'll take that health. Okay. That probably wasn't nearly as hard as it looks. Or didn't look as hard as it was, however you want to think of that. Being a little cautious because I haven't gotten to save since, you know, I got that sub-tank, and I really don't want to do that jump again. I know this game likes to have you falling into spikes. Okay. Hi, Krenzler. Sorry. Boy. Krenzler. And yet you refuse to voice any Temmies in the Undertale Theater, Krenzler. For shame. Turn! Turn around! God. Stages certainly feel longer than they did in the previous two games. Is that just me? Just the vibe I'm getting. No, all the Temmies are voiced as of now. But Krenzler refused to voice a Temmie. Okay, I finally found a place where I actually recognize. Which is good. That's what I really, 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 really want. That. Okay. Oof, alright. Yeah, Mr. Red took Bob. His worst roll ever. You could have had it, Krenzler. It could have been you! You could have been internet famous. That's almost something that counts. Sorry, that's mean. I don't mean that. So now that we've gone the up, let's go the down. The place we just came back through. Are there any complete a stage in a certain way forms in this one, by the way? Which one was Jerry Paranoid? Yeah, for the most part, we've done a little bit of copy-pasting. So far, I'm still not sure what I think of it. I do think the satellite elves, or just the satellite concept, is probably going to get a plus. And by probably, I mean absolutely with total certainty. Fair enough, Kevin. Both suck, that's the best part. Both are a stain on humanity, but, you know, for different reasons. I will say this is actually probably worth a positive, this stage so far. It's actually a pretty decent stage. Some obvious thought put into it. Multiple paths forward. The flame mechanic's kind of neat. Okay, nothing down here, nothing down here. Kind of tired of the music, I'll be honest, but what do I do about that? Who, Mr. Red? Yeah, at least, even though they're getting a little more standard Mega Man, at least Inti Creates is still trying stuff, which I will always give them credit for. Oh, Robbie Run. I do actually know who that is. Kind of. I mean, I know that there's a meme involving that person, and it sucked when he died, and that's actually about all I got. I'm sure there's other facts about that person, whatever they are. I like to think that the mushrooms are actually dancing in tune to the music. I do appreciate it. Lunarith. Almost called you Luna Freya. Because I got another viewer named Luna Freya. Alright, so. Get the health. Pause here. So yeah, let's jot down a positive, potential positive or otherwise, for satellites. And I have to admit, this is the first Mega Man game we've covered that I've sent this in. This will not be the last. I actually think the menu's kind of tight. Like, obvious effort has been made to make it look cool, but it's also pretty functional. You can tell pretty much at a glance what you're looking at, what you can interact with. You just do this and this. But like, okay, switch the satellites. Use the fusion one over here. We're going to use the boomer, of course. Okay, let's use the boomer. There we go. We can apparently dump energy into them without having to go into a frickin' separate menu. So that's nice. Ah, can't upgrade them while they're equipped. That's interesting. So we're gonna unequip that. Then level you up some. Yes, please. And it actually removes them when they... Yeah, no, there's actually some surprisingly decent menu design here. There's just the list of what we got. Still don't know what the rest of this is. We'll figure that out later, but... At the very least, this is cool looking, and visual coolness is something we've given positives for before. So we'll jot down some potentials here for menu, visual style, question mark. Um, weapons, question mark. Kit, question mark. I don't know what else we get. We'll figure it out as we go. Yeah, exactly, Darth Tyrant. Yeah, this is pretty much a Super Metroid thing, and we gave Super Metroid that positive, too. So, we have a lot of E-crystals. That's actually not too bad. Alright, so, let's do it. Boss time. Hopefully this guy's weak to fire. If he's not, we'll have to change. There's another judge. Or whatever the hell they're called. Who are you? You smell like Mama. Who are you? You smell like us. Chica. So these are baby elves? Lord Vile ordered me to find them. They really are just little elves. Are they useful? Hi, I'm Zero. Hand over the baby elves. Well, I do know that feeling, Kressler, quite well. Oh, I know him. He pushed Mama around. I know him too. That's the guy who pushed Mama around a century ago. You faker. You faker. Huh? Chica. Shut up, you baby elves. If you don't want to get chopped up, go into that room. Ah. Wah. La 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 la. La 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 la. Those two belong to Lord Vile. You can't have them. Phase change! I am Death Tan's Mantis, one of Vile's numbers. Now, time to slice you into ribbons. Oh, that's pretty cool. Not weak to fire. That's okay, he's not strong to it either. Can I help you? Ah! As we in the business say. Ah! I can cut anything with my beautiful scythe. What are you, cut man? So I guess Chica is probably supposed to sound. It doesn't say. What's the level? What's the stage we're on? It's like the old residential section or something like that. Okay. Well, let's switch off fire just in case that's hurting us. I do, Darth Tyrant. The voice director really needs to do a better job, I'm just saying. I mean, can you imagine having to do... Oh, I can't even do it. I can't do it! I don't know how you did that so consistently, by the way. Holy crap. Unskippable cutscenes. Woo! For a boss fight is the worst. Oh yeah, when we review Mass Effect 3, because that's already funded, Kai Lang is going to get a bare minimum of 2 negatives. 1 for story and 1 for gameplay. I imagine he will actually get more than that, because we fight him more than once, and he has at least 2 bullcrap boss fights. The one with the helicopter's the worst, of course. But, you know. Every time we fight him, it's bullcrap. Oh, wow. Yes and no, respectively, Elizar. I mean, in all sincerity, we could give a negative to every time Kai Lang shows up on screen. I don't think we're going to. But that is not out of the realm of possibility. A character who is consistently terrible can and has gotten multiple negatives for each time they frickin' show their mug on screen. 14, excuse me. And never mind the fact that, like I said, each time we fight Kai Lang, except for the last one, is a terribly designed fight. Although the helicopter one is really the worst, and the one that is guaranteed to get a negative. In STO specifically, Venters, the Dominion carrier. The Jem'Hadar carrier, I should say. You have to drop the health over there. Oh my god, his collision damage is just awful. And yeah, Xenos is pretty much guaranteed to get a negative. I mean, jump scares are, in my opinion, lazy and bad design, so I suppose by default, yes, I dislike jump scares. Yep, hang on. Let's actually unequip that, because that actually gave him an iframe I didn't want him to get. How many negatives is the Mass Effect 3 ending going to get? That is a good damn question, and we are going to have to debate that when we get there. Hi, Gary. Did you get the 4th package, Gary? Because it was supposed to show up yesterday. I got a notification and everything. Don't worry, it's the last one, I swear, for now. But yeah, Mass Effect 3's ending, I mean, we're going to talk about that. We are really going to talk about that when we review Mass Effect. Okay, cool. Yes, jump scares in general, Elizar. It is bad and lazy design. There is very, 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 very little good usage of a jump scare. Yes, Mass Effect 3's ending needs to get a positive for giving me the exposure I needed to start my career. And then 8 negatives to balance that out. Ooh, he is just... his range. I have no sub-tanks. I have nothing. I might go farm up sub-tanks. This is ridiculous. He hits really hard. So, yes and no, Jinkamio. A specific element can only get 3 negatives. However, there's ways for that to be expanded upon. Let me explain that a little bit. So let's say that a game has really good music, and it gets 3 positives for music. But then let's say there's a specific song, which is just absolutely bopping. Above and beyond, right? So that would be 4 positives for music. 3 for the music in general, 1 for the song. Make sense? Hence the idea that, 3 is technically the cap, but it's actually dependent on how we divvy it up. Now, that's not me being technical. That's how we've always done that. Yeah, Red Dead Redemption 2 got a full 3 positives for music, for example. And I think it actually got another one, at least, on the narrative axis for usage of music. So anyways, relevance. Mass Effect 3 might get, 3 negatives for the worst ending in freaking gaming. And then we'll debate if it deserves any more, because it would be very easy to give all 3 endings 3 negatives, for example. I'm not saying we're going to do that, I'm just saying that that's something that can happen. Yeah, but I keep getting hit. Just screwing me over here. I mean, that is my job, Elizar, but I'm not sure why you'd want me to. It's not going to review particularly well, because there's not much game there. Yes, I know there's lore, I just don't care. Oh, and by the way, while we're on the subject, since I have been thinking about this, obviously, because Mass Effect is coming up in a few months here, one of the things that we will probably give a negative for is something we have already established as a precedence. It's called external continuity. Now, if you don't know what external continuity means, it's how well a particular game connects to things outside of that game. Now, usually that's actually a positive. It's like, oh man, this is such a great sequel to such and such, or it follows through on the events of such and such, right? And that's usually where external continuity lands. Mass Effect 3, specifically the ending, might actually get negatives for external continuity. So that's a potential 4 negatives right there. Alright, so making sure we got that saved in. So now we got a sub-tank. Sub-tank's gonna refill, right? I mean, that does sound pretty terrible, Gum Gum, but you do like to think of horrible things for some reason. Oh my god, Mike D'Amato, we are going to have so much... I mean, we've already done a lore run of the Mass Effect series, but we're going to go a little bit more in-depth than we usually do. Because it's a review. We're going to be talking about game design, we're going to talk about boss and encounter and level design, all the sort of stuff that we don't really cover in a lore run. That we didn't cover in that lore run. I mean, that was how many years ago? Can someone look that up? When was the Mass Effect lore run? Because that was like 8, I think, places I've lived ago at this point. Very true, Darth Tyron. And consequently, we have already established the precedence of internal continuity being a positive and negative as well. My god, I'm not going to waste my health on this one. He just hits too hard. God, he hits hard. I haven't even gotten through his first health bar. I can't seem to finish charging either. There we go. I don't know what that is, silly idea. I'm sorry. 2014. Oh my god. It has been 7 years since we did that lore run. Yeah, I'd like to think we've gotten a lot better at doing lore runs and streams in general in the last 7 years. What do you think? Anybody's been following me that long? Have we improved in the last 7 years? Yeah. I've gotten worse. I knew it! I mean, I've heard people say that, and those people can go to hell. But, which one, Valerian? I assume you mean the very, 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 very first one. The hysterical one. For those of you who never heard this story, the very, 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 very first Mass Effect 3 thing, I was in the middle of chatting with Pax. Just chatting with him. In Ventrilo, I think. And we were talking about Mass Effect 3 because we both recently beat the game. Hang on. Ah, it was a little too slow. I don't know why I thought I would get iframe. Oh my god! So we're just chatting about it, and I was like, you know what, hang on a second. And by this point, the channel had already existed. And I wanted to get out some really vague thoughts. Now, what's funny is even back in the day, I didn't actually agree with those thoughts. I was just... Yeah, I wanted to talk out what was bouncing around my brain. And so I sit down, I was like, hang on. Popped out of Ventrilo, made sure that everything was going fine work-wise, and just hit record and said, alright, let's talk about Mass Effect 3's ending. To the 50 people who followed me at that point in time. So, threw it up on YouTube, went right back into Ventrilo, didn't even think about it. Went to bed that night, got up the next day, went to work, pulled up the laptop, was like, oh, I should check my YouTube channel and see, because I was thinking about working on something else now. And all of a sudden I had like 70 comments on my video. Now, that doesn't sound like a lot, I'm sure, but that was way more than I was used to, because I was used to about 3. And, of course, it had a bajillion views, and I was just like, what? Where'd this come from? I'm confused. That then immediately led to the second Mass Effect 3 video, and the third, and the fourth. I did a few in succession, usually in response to the comments, because at the time, I didn't really have a good method of responding to people in the comments tab. Actually, no, let's do this. Oh, that was actually really close. I had 1 health, if you didn't catch that. Even if you defeat me here, my associates will cut the old chains that bind the world and build a new order for Lord Vile. Don't you mean Copy X2? No, I'm stupid. Okay. Yeah, sure. The Sluggish Edge Boy. Oh, yeah. Light body chip. Yay. Who are you, mister? I've seen you somewhere before. Who are you, mister? I've seen him somewhere before, too. My name is Vile. I am the one who made your mother, the Dark Elf. That's actually a lie. You might think of me as your grandpa. Priya, did you hear that? He's our grandpa. I heard, Kriya. He's our grandpa. I'm looking for the Dark Elf too. I need your help. You should come with me to Neo Arcadia. I'll give you new powers and a new body. Okay, let's go, Priya. Okay, let's go, Kriya. Wait! A little too slow. Darn. Seal, can you follow the readings? Yeah, they're in Neo Arcadia. Mr. Zero, please return to base. Okay. You insist. Hmm. Really, Chemic? That's kind of cool and honestly kind of heartwarming, but I shouldn't say that. I mean, possibly silly idea. Short games tend to get funded very quickly since I charge by the hour. I don't know. So other people have done that, Mr. Red, and they're a lot better at it than me. But if I'm being completely blunt, I do a pretty good dissection of why the Mass Effect 3 ending sucks in the lore run. We will also do it again during the review, so... So anyways, there were baby elf sightings. I wonder what Neo Arcadia is planning on doing with them. Rumination on the lore runner. So there's this bald moron, right? And he will not shut up. Oh my god, I just want him to shut his stupid frickin' gob. Ugh. But the good news is he's had horrible health problems and nearly died twice since the show has been live. Okay, nothing new there. The downside is he hasn't succeeded at dying. I must purge the heretic. He doesn't talk in his sleep, no, sorry. Ironically, the Ruminator does not ruminate. By that definition. Automatic charge to your weapon. Yes! Oh god, that's gonna be so good. That's gonna be so nice on my fingers. A Cyber Elf, yay. I know, right, Silady? It's terrible. I mean, I was gonna turn it into a joke, Gum Gum, and then you went all dark with it, so... Which is exactly why I didn't turn it into a joke. Yeah, I fail at everything. Just a complete failure so far. Has yet to succeed. Actually, as my sister says, and I agree with this, I'm actually not a failure. I have yet to succeed, and if you don't understand the difference and the distinction, you are a failure when you give up. Yeah, no kidding, Kevin. I've often said, oh man, I'm so glad to have the ending, but in all in total honesty, that was a bit of a boon for me in many very non-ironic ways. If you fail on giving up, then you've given up on failing. Any questions? No, don't! I just burned a full heal elf. I think I just did it again. What the hell? Why is this not... Oh, whatever. It doesn't matter. I guess it was the E-crystals menu I needed. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, this is what I was looking for. Oh, no, absolutely, Mr. Red. I know exactly how lucky let's just call it what it is. Blind, stupid, simple, doodah, clueless lucky. Is this the spike one? Ooh. Oh, God, that's getting expensive. I'll keep working on that. Did I jot down the interface? I did. Okay, cool. Auto charge is the greatest thing ever. In total honesty, this is very, very much easier on the hands. Auto charge is just such a great feature for these kind of games. If you don't understand, here's my hands off the controller. You just charge. You just charge. Always and forever. No. Nothing new. Okay, cool. Let's get out of here. I'm actually debating what would be better, Cyrek. Because the satellite would... So if I'm reading this right, satellite wouldn't cost me any ranking, but it would also make it so that... so I have to use up the equipment slot, effectively, right? Oh, hey. Ignores crumbling terrain. Interesting. Okay. So if he's usable right now, let's save just in case, so I don't want to burn another fusion on accident. Let's save. Save. Yes. Okay, now let's do it. Define from the start, Gum Gum, because if you're saying that in Mass Effect 1, the answer is absolutely no. And that's provably no. If you're saying from Mass Effect 3, then yeah, no, they totally had an idea of what they were going for walking into that. But as we've talked about a bajillion times, there were 2 teams in Mass Effect 3, and it really, really shows. Oh, I didn't actually mean to do that. In the books, raise eyebrow. I mean, sure, I'm not super familiar with the books, because, yeah. I mean, if I was to say anything nice about myself, it's that one of the most common comments I got all the way back during the Mass Effect 3 debacle, hi, Mr. Nuclear, was that I was one of the only people who was being quiet and reasoned and not yelling and screaming about it. Paraphrased. Because that's just my style. I'll get loud and raucous because it's, you know, it's fun to do and it's humorous, but generally speaking, I don't mean that. That's usually part of the kitsch. Me just being me is, well, I'm pretty boring, right? So it's like, well, this sucks. Let's talk about why this sucks, you know? Dot, 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 dot. So we have fire and that. Let's go after the Devil Bat. We've discovered a Neo-Arcadian weapons factory. They're fixing and refitting broken weaponry. It seems it's more efficient than making new ones. Also, they're having factory issues. We've actually hinted at that before. They have doubled weapon production recently. Destroy this factory to cut Neo-Arcadia's military power. I will be very curious which positives Mass Effect 3 get. I'll guarantee you one right now. Build. Mass Effect 3 has one of the best leveling systems of the Mass Effect series, in my opinion. And I mean that, sincerely. So it will get that plus to gameplay, without question. Ahead is the factory control unit. Gameplay. Data from cameras in... The gameplay from the cameras in the factory is sent to this unit. Destroy the cameras as you proceed. Okay. Mice. Robotic mice. Why would you do this, random robot designer? No, yeah, absolutely, Chemic. Andromeda has the best leveling, then 3, then... Well, then it gets more debatable. But it's definitely Andromeda, and then 3 is the best. No question. Andromeda allows you to mix and match, in addition to having all of the cool build stuff they had in 3. And that's the benefit there. That's another thing. We've never actually streamed the Citadel DLC, so that'll be fun. That's that's oddly terrifying. See the hands in there? Yikes. But yeah, exactly, Kenny. Yeah, I was going to talk about the faces. Because why would we bother to kill a Pantheon before we recycle it? That's just a waste of resources. Oh my god. Well, we are more than happy to have you, Mr. Nuclear. I know a lot of you found me with Mass Effect 3, but it's always interesting to hear where other people found me. Because it's usually just something completely random. It's that luck thing again, you know? Get a random recommendation on YouTube, or happen to be streaming a particular game that someone was interested in. Ah! I was actually just wondering how I got up there, and I sort of gave up on it, because, you know... Oh, wow, the original one. That one kind of has a story, too. Up until that point, I've been doing ruminations. I didn't call them that yet. And the whole format was basically, I you know, think about a game I knew reasonably well. I'd sit down and come up with some ideas, and I'd talk about it, right? I was actually working that night, and I was in the middle of my usual shift stuff. And I felt the desire to talk about FF6. And so I was running around doing my inspection that night. And I was like, you know what? FF6 is awesome. I should talk about that. And that was pretty much the entire motivation. I just suddenly felt like talking about FF6. So the original FF6 rumination was just that. Was just me sitting down and talking about FF6. Screw it, I don't care that much. I mean, I used to do the exact same thing with Poindexter. I used to just sit and chat with my friends about Star Trek in the schoolyard. Oh god, and that's where they're building the new ones. This is definitely some visual storytelling, by the way. This is creepy as all get out. Yikes. Look at this. Just wave after wave of clones being built in vats, while the old ones are being thrown into giant piles to be slowly broken down while they're still operational. Just, oh my god. Yeah, that's why the Megaman games tend to get that plus to storytelling, visual storytelling. Right there, just wow. Oh, you're right, we have the light body on. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, no, that's probably exactly what that was. It's a beehive! Oh god, Valerian, you cursed me. It's a giant alien spider that drools bees. Okay, it's not quite a spider, but, you know, we're getting there, we're getting there. I love that you said that, by the way. Like, I did not remember that this many bosses in this game when you said that. Obviously, you didn't know. I'm gonna do something weird. I'm just gonna sit here for a second. Yep, it had loads of eyes. They were creepy. Should be any second now. Maybe. Maybe. There it is. Oh, our sub-tank's already full. Alright, whatever. Yeah, during my downtime when I was doing overnight maintenance work and the like. Pretty dull work, but I actually liked that job, believe it or not. Because it was either dull work that allowed me to do other things, or extremely intense, terrifying work of Doom. Not a lot of in between. Oh, that's an interesting mechanic. I'm leaning towards another game level positive, by the way. Hey, 2 level positives in one Mega Man game. We're nuts here, aren't we? We don't have to worry about this because we're wearing the light body. Nope. X, absolutely, Mr. Nuclear. If I had to pick a specific one, I'd have to look at pictures, but the X visual design has always been superior to me to the Zero-Sum design. Just personal opinion. God, this is Junkman stage. I just realized. This frickin' Junkman stage. In a good way. I'll take it. Which, have people been toxic during stream? Absolutely. Which games? So we haven't had that problem in probably about 6 years at this point. It's actually been a really long time. We had this one guy who, during the original Kingdom Hearts 2 lore run, not the Kingdom Hearts lore run, the predecessor to that, who would not stop popping into chat and spamming dick ASCII pictures and Jap crap and all that fun stuff, and insisting that we play real games on stream. It was just actually toxic garbage. It was weird. And then I ban him and then he'd make a new account. Just over and over and over. That person had nothing to do that day. But yeah, well, we've actually kind of drifted away from toxicity. Which I just credit you all for being awesome, legitimately, but it's actually funny in a horrible, horrible way, because I know that Twitch in general has actually been slowly getting more toxic. It's just we've managed to dodge that by luck. And by you all being awesome, obviously. I don't know, Elizar. Hang on. Hey, Blue. Yes? Is Elizar awesome? Really? 3 at once? Wow. Well, either way, Blue does agree that you are, in fact, awesome, Elizar. Sorry. Lost time. Well, if it isn't the legendary hero. The mechanaloids do all the repairs on their own. So I was just trying to enjoy a little tea break. How dare you disturb my peace and quiet? Where are your manners, Sir Hero? I, Devilbat Shilt, of Vile's numbers, shall educate you. Hey, Great Hillian. I'm liking it. I need to write down a positive for this level. This is a good level. Can Reploids drink tea? Yeah, actually. They don't do much with it. They can do things like taste, though. It's just not quite the same. So what is it? The factory stage. Yeah, I mean, anybody who likes tea has to be good, right? By the way, I can't stand tea. Just saying. Death to tea. Removal of all tea from the world. I'm with it. WR Factory, thank you. I'm actually going to give a separate story positive just for this stage. That's a good idea! I don't have a harbor anywhere near me, though. Yeah, they're constructing pantheons right there in the background. I love the visuals of this stage, I really do. So yeah, this stage is getting a story positive for how it tells... Like, this is so horrifying. Like, they're just building these things, and they've even got the glowing eyes in the background, and they're mass-producing them from the wreckage and ruins of the other ones, and just, oh, it's so massively, terrifyingly gross and awful and wonderful. I love it. And there's no guts this time, so it's even better. I'm not a Berserk fan, what can I say? How do you think that feels, being a Reploid who is slowly being deconstructed, inch by inch, while you are still conscious? I really want you to think about what that's like. Obviously, it's different for Reploids. Now, funnily enough, Reploids do feel pain. This is something that's been established before. Reploids do have a concept of pain because pain is a useful tool to signify, it alerts certain aspects, and it's basically the trigger for, hey, you need to do this. So they can feel pain, and they're being broken down for parts while still alive. Plus the story. The first lesson a gentleman must learn in refinement is intruders are to expire without a fuss. Nice wings. Bats or cape? I don't know what that is. Nice Dracula. Well, I have fire. Let's try fire. Let's see if it's fire. Really not weak to fire. Cool. Like, that was immune to fire right there. So let's go back to normal. It's an interesting attack. I apparently can't even hit this guy. Oh my god, I cannot hit this guy, huh? The blood of a century-old hero has such a lovely odor. Oh yeah, they can smell, too. Although, again, that's just a different sensor. Make sure we're not in flame, which we're not. Okay, cool. I should probably mention a Reploid does not necessarily feel pain. They have to be programmed for it. It's just, it's standard. So it would be more accurate to say you have to be specifically designed not to feel pain. How the hell do I dodge that attack? I guess I do this. No manners. No manners at all. Trying to defy Lord Vile. What dismal behavior. I thought about going for a photo finish, but I didn't want to go through that fight again. Or burn a sub-tank. The sluggish edge boy return. Hey, we have thunder now. Woo! So I gave that plus, right? Yep. I'm definitely feeling a boss positive right now. Boss, question mark. That recycling plant will be out of operation for some time, I think. Thank you so much. A recycling plant. It's such a wonderfully cold way to put that, isn't it? Love it. That also means we just gave that stage 2 positives. It's okay. That will not be the last Mega Man stage that gets 2 positives. That's just... I wanted to comment on that. Alright, what are we getting out of that one? Maverick Riploids fated to die formed the resistance. Yeah. Cyber Elf. Cyber Elf. You're so cute. Cyber Elf. Cyber Elf. 100 crystals. 100 crystals. D-Shilt. Attacks with small bat drones. Deathlock. Mechanoid made from old parts. Oh my god, that is a single structured thing. Yes, this is a GBA game, Mr. Freeman. I mean, we're playing on the Switch, obviously, but yes, this is a GBA game. Lemmingless. 4 mouse-like mechanoids in a group. Cute. Yeah, imagine just mashing together random parts and then affixing a Reploid brain to it. Go ahead, imagine it. Take your time. Really process it. Think about it. So what's the cooldown on that? Is that once ever? Because that's a a satellite. Yeah, it's a flesh golem. That's exactly what that is. As we've talked about before, and we mentioned this in, I think it was 01 or 02, a lot of the stuff in the Mega Man series would be extremely rated R and gross as hell if it were people and not robots. They absolutely do not hold back on the body horror. It's just mechanical. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, I don't have anything else going on right now, so, you know. Let's see if we can level him. So let's actually hit the right one this time. Ooh. So that's a health up, I think, if I'm reading that right. That's boost up ladders. Don't slide back from hits. Okay, cool. Looks like I can't actually do that. Let's do the health up. Let's continue to do the health up. Let's... Oh my god, okay. Where can I farm E-crystals? Yeah, you get it, Mike Ramada. This was done deliberately. As soon as I saw that Bloodborne was funded, I was like, that needs to be right before the zeros. I mean, there are other reasons I did that, but that is one of the reasons. This is, in many ways, the Bloodborne of the Mega Man series, for good and for bad. So is there any explanation why the technology hasn't improved? Absolutely, yeah. Apocalypses. Plural. We got technologically reset a bit. So earlier, Eleazar was asking, you know, what would happen if we lost all of our tech, you know, all cybernetics and stuff. We'd still have knowledge and understanding, but, you know, we wouldn't have the infrastructure to build it initially. So we wouldn't get completely, like, reverted back to farming the field with a stick. But at the same time, it is a significant shove back in terms of our overall societal progression, right? And imagine that happening multiple times. Yeah. Is there a way to... That doesn't say. Whatever. So hang on. So, if I'm looking at this correctly, Cyric, if I was to upgrade this one more time, that would turn it, because of the icon, that would turn it into a satellite, right? Whereas that's level 1, and those level 1, and I can't level that one? I don't get what the X is. Or the cross. Oh, it's a satellite now? Well then, how can I... I'm confused. I don't know the icons. I don't know the icons. What are these icons? Hey, Evo. What is going on? I mean, in several ways, yes, Kamek. And again, that's both good and bad. Oh, right. That's what that is. Yeah, they should have had an Apollo. Also true, Darth Tyrant. Most post-apocalypses, especially planet-wide ones, tend to kind of shift your priority around a little bit. Yeah, no, exactly, Mr. Nuclear. There's some messed up stuff that happens in this setting. It gets bad, and then it gets worse, and then it gets worse, and then it gets worse, in that order, and then it gets better. So that's why ZX, which is a sequel to this series, is actually a post-apocalypse. They've actually started recovering, and society is actually on an upswing as of ZX. But as of Z, no, we're still in the pits. I'm sorry, Cyric, did you answer where I could go and farm? Because I kind of feel like I should farm just at least a little bit. Old residential sick. Thank you, thank you. Go poke around at that a little bit. Just a bit. Raid Shadow Legends, the surprisingly terrible game that has nothing good about it whatsoever, unless you like anime women with giant boobs. And I mean, who doesn't, right? Okay, real talk. So, I occasionally use YouTube on my phone, which obviously doesn't have ad block, which is the only reason I'm even mentioning that distinction. So, we should probably be fire for this. So, an ad shows up for some Pokemon clone, and it is a straight-up, unabashed Pokemon clone. Just full tilt, right? The thing is, the characters you can play as are a woman with a giant rack, or a woman with a gianter rack. And those are your playable characters. And I was staring at that, laughing at the sheer cynicism of it. What if we had Pokemon, but with boobs? Just, wow. Don't ask me what it's called, because I don't know. I didn't retain it. I just remember seeing that, like, really? And it stunned me for a second. By the way, that's another proof that ad style doesn't actually work, because I couldn't tell you the name of the game. And of course, I'll never play it or spend money on it. See, I just used the YouTube app, Sub-Zero. Hence the statement. Listen, all I'm saying is that Pikachu needs to be feminized and sexualized. It's the only way. Please don't quote this out of context. Don't put this in the highlight reel. Don't do it. Okay, we're safe. We're safe. Where are we at in each crystals right now? 88. I mean, if I had boobs, then I would have much more viewers. That's all I'm saying. However, I might not enjoy that experience, because it probably wouldn't be viewers I actually want. I've actually joked about that before, but if I did look like Tifa, for example, if I had a female body, then yeah, no, I would absolutely have more viewership. That is how that works. That's fact. There's no avoiding that. But again, viewers do not equal good. Just having more numbers is not the winning figure here, you know what I mean? I'd rather have you all than 10 times you all, including the kind of crowd that would come with, you know what I mean? You sure this is the best spot, Cyrek? And no, I'd probably still just be the lore runner. Miss Runner, you know? Hot Tub Runner, something like that? I don't know. Oh, okay. Well, I guess I'll do that then, Cyrek, I guess. I guess. I don't remember where they all are, though. I guess that's just a... Well, at least they were honest about it, Loner. The Loretta Runner. No, it's okay, because then when I became friends with Lore Reloaded, you could call one of us Femlore, and the other one just Lore. No more confusion. I'm gonna Google this. No, I actually found a site that's like, hey, here's some good farm spots, and I'm just gonna pull that up really quick. Damn it, of course. Is this it? This is it. Megaman 03. I need to equip 2 Cyber Elves, which of course I don't have. And do this level. Wow. Vice and Delphina. I don't think I have either of those right now. I do not. Listen, all I'm saying, Chemic, is that mammary glands are awesome. Let's discuss. I'm joking, I'm joking. I've always felt, if we want to actually discuss this, I've always felt that a measured approach is better there. Mammary glands, awesome. Cool, that's cool. Don't overblow it. Right? Right? I mean, does that make sense? I mean, I like seltzer water, but I don't go all slavering over it. Absolutely not. No, Elizar. She's got her own life and a full-time job and is a mother. Sure, Baron. I mean, I don't see anything there to build off of, is what I want to say. These are... I'm trying to figure out where these stupid pickups are that I'm looking for. Okay, here we go. There's some pickups. If I could quote questionable content, I posit that mammary glands are rad. Oh no, I think it's bosoms is what they use. I posit that female bosoms are rad. Do you concur? Awkward zone defeated. Oh, wow. I didn't actually think the mini-boss would be here. You absolutely cannot. No, Elizar. That's not even... I don't even get that much time to hang out with my sister. YouTube channels I enjoy? There's several history channels I follow. I can't remember all their names right now. I know History Matters is one of them, and, Oversimplified is one of them. And I don't remember the others off the top of my head, because I don't have a memory. I also like Pitch Meetings, not Screen Rant. Screen Rant is garbage, but Pitch Meetings is good. I used to like Extra History, and then I kind of fell out of that, so I don't know if that's any good anymore. I am aware of Spiffing Brit. Not what I would call a diligent follower of hers, but I've watched his stuff several times. Oh yeah, and I am an unabashed person who likes CinemaSins. Sorry. That was the name of it. Okay, so we had some down. It looks like I could stop before the mini-boss. There hasn't been many pickups here. I liked Total Biscuit. I didn't agree with him on everything, but I respected the hell out of the guy. My niece is definitely not old enough to be on the internet. Let alone streaming. Total Biscuit has been dead for some years, yes. He died of cancer. Yeah, the more I'm seeing Cyric, it looks like I could have just stopped before the mini-boss, because I have not seen any pickups. So I think we're just gonna cut that there. In terms of efficiency. So let's go ahead and escape. Oh, I don't agree with CinemaSins at all for the most part, except when they occasionally drift out of character to just be awesome, which isn't actually all that common, but they do that periodically. So I'm trying to figure out where these elves are. I mean, I have no idea, Darth Mandoro. Ask me again in 15 years or 10 years or whatever. Yeah, CinemaSins is a comedy channel. It's making fun of movies like the 5,000 other making fun of movies, like How It Should Have Ended or the aforementioned Pitch Meetings. It's the same overall format. Okay, elves. Elves? Probably Sarek. I don't want to miss him. Cinema Wins is okay. There's actually a channel I only discovered very recently. Hang on a second. Because I gotta plug this. They're pretty big, so it's not like this, they need my plug. But, give me a moment. Everything wrong with Super Mario RPG. This is called Chari 5. That's, so I'm gonna... This guy has the problem I had with Archie and Gaia. CHARRII 5. He does some astonishingly good stuff. He has an entire series that is basically in the style of CinemaSins, except with video games. And he recently did a run of pretty much all the Mario RPGs. Paper Mario, Super Mario RPG, Mario and Luigi, that whole series. I've actually rewatched these videos several times when I was working on the Lorecraft series. I need to poach him as a voice actor, too, because he's pretty good at that. But anyways, he also did Doki Doki Literature Club, if you want to have another example there. Okay, so I'm looking for... Let's see here. What am I looking for? Hello. Yeah, extra credits. A couple of years ago, they talked about something. I'm not going to say what. I don't want to stir the thing here, but they talked about something which they said with legitimacy something that I massively disagreed with on a philosophical level. Nothing super controversial. It was actually about game design specifically, but I just saw that and was like... And that's kind of when I stopped watching extra credits. I still follow them because extra history is still good. It's just... Yeah. They're both in X... Yeah, there it is. They're both in X. I see it right there. Well, okay. We'll get back to that. It's okay. She can't get you, Darth Mandoro. You're safe. You're safe. There's one cooking channel which I want to like but don't. It's Steve, I think? Or Phil? What's his friggin' name? It's just a generic name. He's actually a chef. And he has his own cooking channel. And he usually likes to do things like, I'm going to make a McDonald's burger, but I'm going to do it myself and do it my own style. Oh, God, what is his frickin' name? Homemade Taco Bell. Let's see what that pulls up. There he is. It's Sam. Sam is the guy's name. I knew it was this very generic name. No offense to the guy. No offense to anybody whose name is Sam. But, Sam the cooking guy. Now, the reason I bring him up is he has the charisma of a wet blanket. No offense to the man. But we've talked about this before. A lot of people shouldn't be on camera. This usually comes up with regards to speedrunning, because a lot of the really best speedrunners have no charisma at all. He's a great chef, and I've watched him several times because he gives me great ideas for cooking. But he has zero charisma. Not negative charisma. He's not irritating. He's a wet blanket. He's just flat, right? And he tries to be funny, and he fails. It's just, oh my God. Now, granted, I'm not funny either, but I at least know I'm not funny, right? Anyway, so let's progress with the game. Actually, hang on. How many, where are we at? So what happens if I upgrade it again? Like, what would happen if I upgrade it one more point? As I make a save here for no reason. It'll go back to being a fusion elf. Wow, that's weird. Yeah, I can't tell jokes, Mike Tomano. I lack the ability to. Well, yeah, I don't want you to be a satellite, so we're gonna burn that. There we go. Yep, okay. Yep, that makes sense. So that's level or the type. We level to switch. Yep, okay, that makes a lot of sense. Okay. Need to pay more attention to those icons next time. And now we will burn that. Die! There we go. Yeah, there's a lot of good cooking channels and bad cooking channels. If legal matters. Oh my god. By the way, we have another legal thing to discuss tomorrow. It's about Actiblizzard. Again. Don't worry, it'll be much shorter than last time, but it's far more interesting for that. Do I Gordon Ramsay? I mean, I don't like Gordon Ramsay, if that's the question you're asking. We verified a reading similar to the Dark Elf on the ruins of the Intercontinental Oceanic Highway. We have verified that Neo Arcadia is pursuing this. We believe it'll take some time for them to reach the source of this reading. If possible, you should verify Signal, and if it's indeed the Dark Elf, protect it. Fair enough, Mike Romano. We should actually make that distinction. So, I've never heard of that, Elizar. Although Kira White Noise mentioned it a minute ago. So, the summary of what's going on here. Actiblizzard. Easy answer, Sierra Mike. Easy answer. EA, I've said this so many times, so forgive me for repeating myself. EA is bad. But it's one of the least bad. It's actually, and I mean that with absolute sincerity. EA is the big obvious target, but is one of the least bad. It's like McDonald's, and I know that sounds weird, but how many of you know what McDonald's does with their employees, for example, or how much they take care of their employees? Now this varies from location to location, but McDonald's usually pays well. McDonald's lets you sit down at your job. McDonald's deliberately goes out of the way to hire people who are disabled. McDonald's actually has benefits, right? You know, it's the EA thing. It's just, they're actually surprisingly decent. It's just, they're the obvious target that everyone knows about. Now, 2K Gaming is probably the actual worst. Oh, I already have it equipped. So let's see, where is this? Let's see if I can find this thing. Yeah, we're not going to talk about Chick-fil-A because of obvious reasons, really. Hello? Oh, you're tiny. Who the heck are you? You must be after that Dark Elf, too, am I right? You'll have to get past me first. Okay. Can you hear me, Zero? There's a switch up ahead that lowers the ocean's water level. I'm sorry, say that sentence again. There's a switch up ahead that lowers the ocean's water level. Did I cast that? Yeah, I know, Disco, but that's okay. It's a dumb explanation anyways. I'm pretty sure I actually bring it up in the Aliens rumination. No, Mr. Nuclear. It's magic. Yeah, EA is apparently pretty nice to work for. Go figure. Relatively speaking, I should add that proviso. It's still not what it should be. But then again, I tend to be pretty pro workers' rights, so what the hell do I know? You're probably thinking, why, Lore? Are you a communist? No, I'm a worker. I have worked in my life. So where is this thing, Sarah? Because I feel like I've completely missed this. Yeah, exactly, Gum Gum. It's just, hey, there's cyber elves, and you could see them because, well, if you couldn't, then, well, it was at the very beginning. Wait a minute. Where? Like, I was looking for it. Oh, it's right frickin' there. Listen, when I take over the world, not if. Oh, I'm just gonna ignore him and get ahead of him, I guess. Oh, we did that. Yeah, I was running around looking for the frickin' loot that I passed. That's why I was not going super fast there. Do you mind? Oh my god. I'm falling behind. No! Ugh, worth it. Listen, I will take over everything and everyone. I'll create a monument to non-existent. Wrong plan. Sorry, wrong plan. That will not happen. I will, however, have a monument to boobs. Vote for me. Luname is what I have to say about all this. There we go. Maybe? Gotcha. That's probably what the Luname is him throwing those missiles down. It's a Pantheon in a giant water shoe. That's actually kind of cute. Look at him. Oh, since we're on the verge of death, we're going to recklessly climb this wall here. Find absolutely nothing. You could settle for the lesser evil, or you could get me. Hi. Listen, don't listen to what my friends tell you. I'm not actually evil. You mean the franchise, Elizar? I can't stand minions. I find them aggressively unfunny. Like, there's things I don't find funny, and then there's things I find anti-funny, which is different. And Minions is anti-funny, in my opinion. Meanwhile, everyone in my chat loves Minions, and I just lost all my supporters. So thanks, Elizar! You cost me everyone. God. Oops, there were spikes there. Oh yeah, Minions are absolutely get off my screen territory. I should know, I have a niece. It's okay, she's already grown out of that. It's just, oh, that was an interesting couple of years there. I actually agree with that, Spartan. I actively dislike Big Bang Theory. Again, anti-funny. It doesn't help that an astonishingly large number of people, including some of my own family members, have automatically assumed that Big Bang Theory is what geeks are. Like, that's normal geekhood. That's insulting. Zero! Dark Elf. Stop it. It's okay, Dark Elf. I got you. Dark Elf. Dark Elf. No, you don't have to. I mean, it's a Pantheon, so that makes sense. They're also aggressively rude and arguably misogynistic, but that's kind of a debatable thing. One of the character's traits is that she is female. Nope. I've never heard of it, Elizar. What is it? I'm assuming it's a show or a movie. Yeah, this is probably the strongest Pantheon we've ever seen, which is funny. Oh yeah, we should give a plus to this story. To the stage. The other ST word. Friends for the modern audience. I didn't like Friends either, but... you know me. The question mark stage. Listen, if you like Friends, then I'll kill you. What I mean by that is that that's fine. I don't care. Is there a sitcom I actually liked? No. Thought about it. Had to think about it, though. I would not count MASH as a sitcom. MASH is good, but I would absolutely not call that a sitcom. Yeah, MASH managed to be just as depressing as it needed to be for the emotions to hit and for the humor to have impact. Most great comedians understand this dichotomy. You need to have... Well, you don't need it. It helps to have seriousness in your humor. Dr. Vile counts. Love Balthazar. Scrubs? No, Spartan. I mean, I've seen it, and it's... So, what you're probably thinking, Spartan, is you're probably thinking that I like the fact that Scrubs is accurate. Because it is. Now, that's terrifying and very much Dilbert effect, but Scrubs is a very surprisingly accurate medical comedian show, or whatever you want to call that. A little bit too accurate, if you know what I mean. Of course, love Balthazar. It says it, doesn't it, in the title? Did I forget to label it? House is not an accurate medical show on any level, shape, or form. Any more than Sherlock is. No offense to Sherlock. Sherlock's a fine show. It's just... accuracy is not on the list there. That. Do I like Dexter? No. I've heard the argument before, allow me to get snooty for just 1 second, that all I like is sci-fi shows. Now, that's not true. I just only like good shows. No. I hit it! I hit one, and then it broke. I don't know if it counted. Yeah, whatever. Exactly, Ross. There's actually plenty of shows I like. It's just usually they're either experimental, or don't really fit into a category all that well, or aren't that popular, or are sci-fi. No, Eleazar. They probably will, though, someday. My thoughts on the Sci-Fi channel? First of all, the rename was stupid. Always has been, always will be. Second of all, I'd like to make fun of Sci-Fi, because what they did is incredibly stupid, but they were in many ways backed into a corner on that. And that's the sucky part. They were screwed over one way or the other, and there was no fixing that. What a pain you are. I thought you'd be easier to scare off than that. No more games. I'm children. Inarabita. Inarabita? Of Vile's numbers. I am Majdi101, and I'll see that smug face of yours frozen with fear. Oh no, there's plenty of shows I like, Darth Medoro. That's my point. That's thank you for making my point for me. I like good shows. Several are animated, several are sci-fi. Thank you, Majdi, very much. I'm sorry that you're gonna make me frozen with fear. I don't know why you want that from me, but it's okay. I'm gonna figure this out, and I'll put that towards dealer's choice. Normally, I'd put it towards another dealer's choice, but, you know, I don't have to do that right now. Where are you? Where are you? Oh yeah, someone asked what a horror movie, or was it a Halloween movie? Oh, I still have the stupid shooting guy equipped, don't I? That's what's going on. Yes, Baron, how dare you? What's wrong with you? So, Ross, this is going to sound weird, but I am more curious of your opinion on Season 3 than I am anything else. Alright, so hang on. Switch over to the gun. Put the auto charge on. Right, that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. I'm just going to need to unequip this guy. This guy just sucks. No, just unequip. Stop being equipped. Just stop it. Go away. That is a good question, silly idea, and we should probably not think about that. I mean, I like Batman TAS and X-Men and the entire DCAU in general. So what would I call a good Halloween movie as a good holiday season movie? I'm not sure I can think of such a thing. I mean, I'm sure there is such a thing, I just can't think of it. Let's try this. What's a good Halloween movie, everyone? Help me out. We know what good Christmas movies are. That's Home Alone. But I'm just messing. Oh, I should have made the Die Hard joke. Yeah, whatever. Oh, you dick. Yes, Die Hard is the best Halloween movie. Absolutely. I wonder what Luname means. Does anyone know Japanese here? Oh god, that would be horrible. What if the one replicator they have, silly idea? This is pure speculation. What if that one replicator is really energy inefficient? So, it's just really draining energy in the middle of an energy crisis to keep the humans fed. Oh. I have seen Game of Thrones, and I can't stand it. I managed to get through about the first episode and a couple other episodes, and then I walked away from that one. No offense to anybody who likes it, but yeah, it's too squick. But more to the point, I feel like it doesn't do it right. Even gross can have a point, right? We've talked about that. I actually gave a plus to narrative for Bloodborne, excuse me, for being gross. So you can use that kind of thing to good effect. I don't think Game of Thrones did so. I think it did it mostly for shock value. And that's especially funny because they mostly do that up front. You know, it kind of dims down after the first few episodes. You're kidding me. Why is this happening to me? No, I should have sliced him in half. Oh well. An actor I dislike. An actor or an actor I dislike. I get two choices of actors to dislike. Yeah, you know, we just talked about the sex sells. It's a thing. It's part of the source material. That doesn't make it any better. It just makes the books just as bad. I know. The books actually aren't as bad from what I've been told by everyone. But, you know, whatever. It's also got one of the most evil actors ever, Charles Dance. He's not in real life. He's actually cool in real life from everything I understand. But Charles Dance is like the evil actor, right? You need someone to be evil in a show or a movie. You call Charles Dance. Anyways, you risked your life to go after the Dark Elf, but the Dark Elf was too fast and we lost sight of it. I scanned that area again, but there's no reading anywhere in the facility. I know an apology is not enough, but I'm really sorry, Zero. You have completed all the missions. Next mission involves deciding what to do with the missile factory that's been newly discovered. We're currently also searching for the Dark Elf while we look into the solutions for this problem. We have to do something about that missile right now. We had to calculate the transfer coordinates for the missile factory based on the old photographs, so coordinates are too dangerous to use as a direct transfer route. So we're going to take the land route. That's actually one of the better explanations in lore for why you don't just teleport into the end of the base that I've ever seen. Like, in the classic Megamans, there was actually an implication that Wily would put up shielding. And so once you take out the Robot Master, the shielding is gone, and then you can beam out, right? Am I excited for Elden Ring? Curious. I'm curious for Elden Ring. That's the word I want to use there. Hey, look, it's Copy X2. Master X. Do you still trust that man, Vile? His banishment did not follow official channels. Just because what he did resulted in a terrible calamity does not mean that banishing him was justified. Oh my god, are you seriously rules lawyering the banishment of one of the most evil people in the entire setting? He has returned to Neo Arcadia in a legal manner. Oh my god, he is. What reason is there to drive him out? He's an evil sociopath who is also a psychopath. Don't worry. He's learned many things from his mistakes of the past. He'll do things right this time. But... Thank you, Master X. I, Dr. Vile, shall never repeat my past mistakes. Never again, yes. Still, to gossip about me behind my back. My, how the almighty four guardians have fallen. What? Vile? Master X. The Dark Elf has appeared in Neo Arcadia. Area Z3079. It's the farthest area from here. A human residential district. We'll go. Leviathan and Fafnir are still undergoing maintenance, but if we hurry things along a bit... Harpuya, how long do you plan to act like you're in charge? Letting the Resistance get away with countless uprisings, even letting the Dark Elf escape. I'm tired of useless people like you. The four Guardians are going to be stepped down. But, Master X, there's only 3 of us! Dr. Vile, I'm entrusting you with the leadership of our armies. Yeah, that's not a gargantuan red flag, is it? Alright, Hitler's come back, he's alive, he's in a suit, but he's really sorry. Unrelated note, Hitler, you're now in charge of all of our military. Yes, sir. I will capture the Dark Elf without fail. Before she falls into the hands of the Resistance and becomes a threat to this world. What's really funny about this, you might assume Copy X2 is actually being manipulated by Vile, but that's actually not true. He's just so broken that he's going along this path of his own volition. We'll see a little bit of that in a bit here. Preparations have begun for the launch of the missile. We do not know the target area, but we are attempting to hack our way in and find out. Tremendous energy is emanating from the missile. It seems that Omega is on board. Omega? That Omega? On the missile? Seal. Enter the coordinates you found. Yeah, he's go-to. No, that's exactly right, Darth Tyrant. And Vile is just taking advantage of it. So I'm not sure about this. I believe in you. We got this. Enter data. Please transfer him. Made it. What a relief. Have you determined the missile's target? The target is Area Z, 3079. What? That's a human residential district. Wait, that's not all. The Dark Elf is there too. So he's trying to jump right in and take the Dark Elf. Understood. Yeah, exactly, Krenzer. That's exactly right. He is a very broken droid. And remember, we had a whole discussion about how even the original Copy X was so badly designed that he was a complete misunderstanding of what X was. Imagine a copy of that copy. No. Oh, that was actually close. And we're dead. Do I think Sean Connery would have done a good Saruman? No. How do you know Vile is evil? He's a politician. Now, there's... zero non-evil politicians in this setting. Never an Oceans. Never! No, see... I might ask what that game is, but I actually know exactly what that game is. Did it come out, by the way? Is it out as of now? And thank you for watching my show, Genosians. I'll jot that down for... It came out! Nice! In... September. Think about that. Monster Factory. See, that'll be quick to fund because it's a super short game. This song too. We've already given the music positive. At some point, the Mega Man series will start getting multiple music positives. I admit in my head I've been playing a little bit of a mental game of trying to guess which is the first Mega Man game that's going to get multiple music positives. Anybody want to guess with me? Remember, the order we're playing them is the zeros, then the classics, then the X's. 0, 1 through 4, classic 1 through 6, X 1 through 3. Then that's the order. Yeah, no, I know. Go. Honestly, I think it's either going to be 0-4, which has some bangers, or 2, which is freaking Mega Man 2. Oh, I'm sorry. I spaced, Elizar. I apologize. So, okay. An actor or actress I dislike. Do you mean they're acting, or the person? Because it's easy to pick an actor or an actress I dislike as a person. In fact, there's plenty of actors I can't stand who I happen to really enjoy their performances. Like the guy who plays Hades in Hercules, who I suddenly can't think of his name, but you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, James Woods. Yeah, exactly. James frickin' Woods. Yeah, X1 is probably going to be the one that really gets a lot of positives for music. There's not a lot of bad songs in X1. There's like 3. And the whole soundtrack. Although... well, we'll get there. Yeah, no, I saw that too, Dark Monster. You can Google it if you want to, Blue Hero, and that's going to be my answer to that. I haven't seen any conveyor belts yet. Did I miss them? Anyway, so that's my one answer to you, Elizar. As far as an actor, I really dislike their acting. Mark Wahlberg. Oh, don't mistake me. He can be enjoyable sometimes, but I would never call him an enjoyable or good actor. So, missile's been launched. I have to act now while Mega is immobile. I'll sneak in and stop both him and the missile. Actress? Oh, I don't know. I wasn't thinking regardless of gender. I was just thinking, you know, of acting. It's just coincidence that led to two males. I don't know. Okay, hang on. This is a hell of a missile. Look at this thing. A lot of engineering put into something that's just designed to... Oh, hello. Kill a lot of people in a very short period of time. Oh, that's cool. This whole level was actually pretty boring until the missile started segmenting as I'm going through it. I was actually going to comment on that. Oh, crap. That's okay. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Oh, Wheaton. No, female voice actress. Sorry. I'll just let it go. Wahlburgers, Ross. Easily Wahlburgers. A wholesome actor who's bad at acting, other than Keanu Reeves? I'd say Tom Cruise, but actually Tom Cruise is a surprisingly good actor. It's just he usually isn't. Like, I swear to God, he relies on his director or something. Because he can act, he just doesn't usually. Okay, so... actresses. Keanu Reeves is not a good actor. I wouldn't call him a bad actor. So an actress I dislike. Scarlett Johansson, okay. An actress that I dislike their acting. I actually have ice and lightning now. Huh. I'm actually failing at coming up with one, so I'm going to pass on that question. I actually agree with that, Kimmer. Put some good work into that. No, Kristen Stewart is a perfectly good actress. Became the bad Reploid. Became the nasty Reploid. Omega will go rescue Mama. Don't get in his way. Leave. We'll protect him from you. Don't get in his way. Leave! La 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 la. Well, that's an interesting setup. Don't ask me how a program can do any of this. The answer is literally magic. If you want more of an answer to that, that sucks. Because there is none. In some of the games, cyberspace literally starts physically interacting with the physical plane, and it's about as nonsense there as it is here. Like, literally programs just physically manifesting kind of nonsense. You horrible thing. Oh, that hurt. We may have lost, but the missile will land soon. Our mission is a success. God, I hate that quote, Darth Monster. We may have lost, but we'll see our mama soon. Our mission is a success. I mean, they're babies, Krenzler. More or less, literally. So, we've talked before about the levels of sentience in this series. The baby elves are not very high on that list. The mother elf isn't even that high on that list. She's blonde. Got a bunch of elves in that one. That's a good way to put it, Amadeus. About dog-level intelligence. Speaking of... I actually did answer that, Gum Gum. I answered you immediately, and I said absolutely not. Yay, mama, mama. Mama, mama, mama. And then Omega's it up a little bit. That's a good way to put that silly idea. And now Omega is empowered by the ethereal plane magic of the Mother Elf. Hey, can you beat up that bad Reploid for us? Yeah. Can you beat up that fake Reploid for us? We, the Reploids of Neo Arcadia, we are defenders of humanity. The only justice here. Is this wasteland what you people call justice? Vile. Harpuya, you are absolutely no match for Omega. Don't even try. Never mind a powered-up Omega. Puya! Perfect. Get him. Get him! Zero, don't move. I'll transfer you to the base now. So someone earlier mentioned how Harpuya should have officially flipped sides. Well, there you go. Is Zero a Reploid? We talked about this yesterday. The actual specific definition? No. Functionally, yes. It's slightly more complicated than that, Mr. Nuclear, but yes is the answer to your question. I'm so happy you're safe. Please, never do anything as crazy as that again. I'll think about it. By the way, how is Harpuya? Servo took him to the maintenance room. He wasn't hurt very badly, but he'll have to rest and recuperate for a while. Oh yeah, no, I remember Von Falkenstein, trust me. They remember too. Things really have gotten horrible. Oh, and it's going to be so much worse. The operators will collect as much info as possible. Analyzing all of the information will take a while. Try to get some rest until then. I'm alright. Then at least I'll save your data. Or I guess you can save my game. I still don't understand how Neo Arcadia could fire a missile into an area where humans live. Do you remember me pointing out how it was a huge plot point that humans were citizens and Reploids were second-class citizens? It was pretty much the big narrative point of Mega Man 02. So the Neo-Arcadian government, who went so far out of its way to put humans on a pedestal that Reploids were being killed for the crime of existing when the energy that they consumed was needed for the humans, that government has just launched a missile into a residential area, killing however many people. You notice they just kind of brush over however many innocent civilians just got missiled. This is why Vile is who and what he is. He's the one who had that missile launch, by the way. He's the one who ordered that. Now you might think, oh, so he doesn't care about them. No, that would be more Cthulhu-esque or Lovecraftian. Remember we talked about one of the three spokes of Lovecraftiness is not caring, not even noticing you? Vile is more classically devil. He is someone who is actively malicious and actively enjoys causing pain to you. He wants you to suffer, and he wants to enjoy that suffering. Someone broke into our transmission circuit. It's Neo Arcadia! Because they know where they are. Can you hear me? Members of the Resistance and Dr. Seal. Copy X. We have custody of the Dark Elf. Let us put a stop to this foolish conflict. We ask that you surrender to us. Surrender? Hand over the new energy you invented. The Seal system. If you do this, I guarantee the safety of you, Mavericks. Now that's probably one of the best written lines in the whole game, and I mean that. It's actually the second best written line in the series, in the Zero series specifically. Because it legally implies that simply by accepting the deal, you are accepting the status of being a maverick. Ouch. And yeah, no, Vile is absolutely a Type 4 villain. Classic. Probably one of the better Type 4 villains I've seen. He's probably getting positive, by the way. As a result of our analysis of the SEAL system, information you so kindly sent us, we have determined that by combining it with the Dark Elf, it may be possible to generate enormous amounts of energy. This would solve the energy crisis in one fell swoop. There would be no longer a reason for us to fight. Seal, a single answer from you will bring peace to the world. I can't. I can't trust you. What's that? You were prepared to sacrifice humans to obtain the Dark Elf. Actually, they did sacrifice humans, but censorship. I cannot trust you after seeing that. You cannot have the SEAL system. It was built so humans and Reploids could live in peace. Is that your answer? Fine. You have a monopoly on energy resources, and Zero, a Reploid with terrifying fighting skills. You are nothing more than filthy extremists. Seal, I was holding back until now, because you were there. You were there, a human. Now, by the way, I think it's the first time we overtly recognize that she's a human. Now, you can face the consequences along with your maverick friends. And if we needed evidence that Copy X is different, he is actively willing to murder a human. Now, that may sound like, yeah, but you gotta understand, Copy X, the original Copy X, would never. If Copy X was forced to massacre every Reploid, including himself, or punch a human, he'd massacre the Reploids. Copy X. A little more broken. Meanwhile, they're attacking us. It's almost like they knew where we were this whole time. Funny how that works out. You believed in yourself and fought accordingly. What comes next is my job. Tell me which areas they're in. I will intercept. Displaying Neo-Arcadian movements on the monitor. And this is our next 4 stages. 3 stages, sorry. I do want to do one thing really quick here. Just looking at what we got here. Ooh. Oh yeah, Vile absolutely knew Seal would refuse. I mean, that's why the attack was already ready to go. Anyways, I don't actually understand your question, Gum. That forgive me in my confusion. I explain unto thee confusion within me, for thine statements accomplish not the task of thy communication. Yeah, no, this is pretty much straight up a Casus Belli, which is hysterical. Oh no, I agree completely, Darth Tyrant. Vile is a fascinating character. Yeah, I don't know what you're saying, Gum. Your words don't make sense to me. Explain, please. I'm not trying to be derisive. I literally don't understand what you're telling me. It's like you're walking up to me saying, "Purple monkey dishwater," and I'm like, okay. Could you explain that? And you say, "Purple monkey dishwater," and I'm like, hang on, I need to look up a few things. Give me a moment here. If only I had a website, but alas, a website I have not. Yeah, Vile could have easily been a negative. In fact, if we're being completely honest, most Type 4 villains tend to be a negative. Because they're not written well, because it takes more care to write... There we go. To write a complete monster or a villain who has less characterization than it does otherwise. Here you go, Krenzler. Direct link to the villains. The classic, the sympathetic, the smug snake, and the complete monster. Guess which one Vile is? Okay, so now that we've looked that up, I need to double check something really quick. Woo. I need to know the name of a stage that we just did so I can write it down. This is... is this it? No, that doesn't look like it. Actually, yeah, I agree with that, Baron. Is it just... No. The ice one. Frontline ice base, is that it? Whatever, I don't even care. I'm just gonna say the water stage. Screw it! I wanted to be specific. The game said screw you, so... The water stage, there. So let's back out of this. I need to figure out how to type my thoughts, so give me just a moment. Aha! Oceanic Highway Ruins, thank you. Should have known that, because I knew it was the Oceanic Highway. Yeah, sorry, the elves... The way that they use elves in this is just a positive by itself. That's not even in question. Let me scroll up a little bit. +2, Copy X. +2, Dr. Vile. And we might actually give a +2 Seal for the first time. So originally Darth Tyrant, I think I've mentioned this before. Originally, those villain types were in a different order. I don't even remember what the order was anymore. But they used to be, you know, Type 1, Type 2, Type 3, Type 4 was a different order. And then Pirates of the Caribbean 4 came out. And it just sort of clicked with me how the main villain of each was an example of the 4 villain archetypes. And I was like, you know what? Let's rearrange this. And then I just keep track that way now. Speaking of a character done properly, I've already talked myself into a positive here, so I'm just going to give a positive to Seal. You know why? Seal is how you do a pacifist properly. Seal doesn't want anyone to die. Literally anyone. She actively goes out of her way not to want to kill people. And she makes several mistakes constantly because she is just so overwhelmed by all the violence and by all the fighting and by all the responsibility that's been shoved onto her. Remember, the reason El Piso took over, the reason El Piso was handed leadership is because Wasil did not want to be in charge. Now, El Piso's gone, and there's not really any other choice. You're in charge now, lady. And she's like, I'm just... You remember how she freaks out and calls Zero, and Zero has to chastise her because they're in radio silence? But she did it because she was worried about him. She is not... It's so hard to do this kind of character properly, because usually a type of character like this is annoying. But instead she just comes across as a, let's use the right word here, a civilian. Because that is what Seal is. She is nothing more than a civilian, and she's acting like it. She does not know how to be on the front line. She does not know how to operate at this level. Yeah, if she didn't have Zero, this would be game. This would have been game a while ago. Sorry, making some notes for the room. And yeah, now she's going up against the freaking devil. Let's talk about that really quick. Do you mind? Let's explain why I keep calling him that. Obviously, the archetype is there. The complete monster, the violent hatred of people, the desire for them to suffer. It's very devil-like. That's usually where that comes from. But here's the thing. There's another way. Dr. Vile was part of the team that helped to develop the concept of cyber elves. So he was one of that original group. He was a human back then, full human. And he was, okay, I'm going to go ahead and get this to going and process this, and it'll be cool, and I'll be able to use the cyber elves. And once we do, his goal was to use the cyber elves to spread out and take over all the Reploids and enslave all the Reploids, put them down into second-class citizen status, and be disposable people. Sound familiar? Now, the thing is, the catch of it is, the Cyber Elf program was wildly successful. They were able to use the Cyber Elves to permanently eradicate the Sigma virus and the Maverick virus. That's why I've mentioned several times, it's gone. There is no Maverick virus anymore. It was actually eradicated down to the last line of code. So that was deleted with no backups and no nothing, and it's all gone. So, as a consequence of that, they didn't really need to enslave the Reploids. X and Zero, who were both active and part of the world government at this point in history, were like, oh yeah, we're cool. No, I say world government. I should say Neo-Arcadian government, but let's get into that. So they're like, okay, cool, we're cool. And Vile's like, no, I disagree with that. So he went and reprogrammed the original elf, the mother elf, and turned her into the dark elf. He then instigated the elf wars by having all of the elves, who are, remember, are connected to all the software across all the world, like we already talked about, to go rampantly killing people. That way he would have justification for sublimating Reploids and turning them into disposable people. Yeah, I wasn't even getting into that yet, Cyrek, but yeah, you are correct, of course. Now, hang on. It gets a little bit better. After that, after the Cyber Elves were stopped, that was a nearly thing, he decided, oh, well, since my rebellion against God, since my rebellion against X and Zero has failed here, I guess I'll go ahead and make one last attempt out of nothing more than petty spite to just kill everyone. That's when he activated Omega, and did some other things we'll talk about later. I'm not going to get into Omega just now, but that's when the Omega incident happened, which is the terminus point of the Elf Wars. That's the end of that. X and Zero were able to defeat Omega and send it out into space to seal it, and Dr. Vile was cursed forever to roam the land he wished to rule without the ability to enjoy it. Does this sound familiar? Because if it does, you've read Paradise Lost. Or just Devil Mythos in general. And again, the devil, Lucifer. Now, this is very much on purpose. But once again, this is one of the dumbest... This is why I say the dumbest people in this whole setting was the leadership of Neo-Arcadia at this point. Because they made him live. They could have just shot him in the head. Just... And that would have been the end of it. He's just an old man. Someone earlier asked if he'd lived through the X stuff. Almost assuredly. Vile was already well along in his years when the Elf Wars happened, which is only X amount of years after X5 at this point. So he was probably, at the very bare minimum, a child when the X and the Sigma Wars were happening. Bare minimum. So yeah, they decide rather than killing him, we're just going to make him suffer forever. This is one of the reasons why he's still a force and why he's actually a threat. Because they gave him some of the best technology they had. That is a regenerating suit he's got on, which has converted his consciousness into data. And let's ignore the copy equation. Let's just throw that out the window for a second. Which means Dr. Vile continues to keep existing basically forever and surviving and enduring. He can still feel pain, of course. And, you know, he can't really enjoy anything. He can't taste or touch or smell because he's encased in that suit. But they gave him a freaking regenerating suit. Now, how much that suit can regenerate? There's debates there. That is a debatable thing. But by my account, the regeneration stopped being able to function after 04. I say it that way because it's possible to interpret that he was able to successfully regenerate into ZX. I don't buy that personally. I do think that as of ZX, what we have is leftover code not actually Vile himself. And that's kind of a spoiler, but you get the idea. So, dumbest people in the setting. This is why Vile does almost everything he does. His goal, his only goal, is to smash everyone else down below him. Human and Reploid alike. He gives a speech about it later. He wants everyone else to be under his feet and hurting. That is his goal. That is the design. And this guy is currently in charge of the military of Neo Arcadia. That's debatable, Amadeus, and it is. It is. Because the other side of that argument is, spoilers, is that Serpent was actually Dr. Vile. That Dr. Vile overrode him and that was Vile running around in Serpent's body. Not only do I not like that idea because I think it's a little bit silly, because even Sigma eventually was unable to replicate his code, right? But it makes more sense to me that the sheer level of destruction, small spoilers, that happens at the end of 04 is so massive and so overwhelming that it is able to bypass his code, bypass his regeneration, and just... And that's the end of that, right? That's my take on it. It's not definitive. And we're probably never going to get a ZX3, so we'll never actually know the answer, because screw us. Oh, hang on. It's you, Zero. Are you finding the Rockroller rod useful? I'm busy developing yet another new weapon. Well, not really. I'm actually totally drained from working on the recoil rod. I need some time off. I feel you, buddy. Oh yeah, never mind the fact that most of what we did in 01 and 02 directly led to Vile coming back. So this isn't really defined, but it's very likely that because of Copy X, the original Copy X, Vile was kept at a distance. Copy X would have never accepted Dr. Vile back. That would have never happened. But with Copy X gone, control reverted to the gentle judges, who were very easy to be reprogrammed by Dr. Vile, so... Cyber elves are smart programs for helping man and Reploid. It's an interestingly grammared sentence. Yes, grammared, it's a word now. A red baby elf, and a blue baby elf. Oh, never mind. It's a Pantheon Guardian. Carries an electric club. Creates small mechanaloids. Spots intruders and then attacks. A shark-type mechanaloid that bites. What would I have done if I was in part of the leadership of Neo Arcadia at that time? Well, the first thing I would have done is I would have taken Dr. Vile out back and shot him before they could put him in the suit. Because I'm not a moron. Even if that led to them condoning me for murder. Because again, human supremacy. And even if that led to them, you know, being like, "Ah, we must kill you, Lord, for doing that," I would still do that. As I've said many, many times, at least in fiction, sometimes people need to die. Sometimes people just straight up need to no longer be alive. And Dr. Vile is one of those people. Remember, he did probably the most horrible thing he did before going mad after being locked in the desert for a century in his death suit. I really want you to consider that, because the worst thing he did, arguably, is the Cyber Elf War. Is everything I've been talking about like 5 times now throughout this lore run. I mean, this review. Where he killed 90% of the people on the planet. To prove a point. Oh yeah, and Dr. Vile is also a perfect example of why the Zeroth Law should be a thing, by the way. I mean, it is a pseudo-lore. It was always a pseudo-lore. It's Megaman. I know Megaman. I got this. We got this. Dark Elf is a cyber elf originally designed to end the Maverick Wars. X used her to bring a prompt end to the conflict. Afterwards, she was stolen by Dr. Vile, subsequently causing the Elf Wars. There's no other data available on the Dark Elf. Well. The shrewd General Harpuya is one of the 4 Guardians, and is a Reploid cloned from X's DNA, in case you thought I was making that up. Filling the void left by the destruction of Copy X, he became leader of Neo Arcadia. He was rendered unconscious by an attack from Omega and remains so today. Yeah, if you caught that, by the way, that means Harpuya was specifically holding back the reins of Neo Arcadia in the intervening time between 01 and 03. Just wanted to throw that out there. Oh yeah, Hojo is absolutely someone who needs to die. See you around, Baron. So, the zeroth law, I never remember how to phrase it, but the zeroth law is a real thing in the 3 laws of robotics. Law 1 is a robot cannot, through action or inaction, allow a human to come to harm or something like that. The zeroth law is recognizing that individual humans need to die, like I was just talking about. The zeroth law was actually literally written with Hitler in mind when Asimov was writing. He's mentioned this in interviews, that he was actually specifically thinking of Hitler when he wrote the zeroth law into the iRobots and that whole series. The zeroth law is Vile needs to die for the good of humanity. Now, someone else asked a question. I missed it. Oh, DNA. Darch Monster asked about DNA. I actually think this is a translation thing, but the way that DNA works is DNA is the pattern of a specific bot, put simply. Now, DNA usually refers to the brain in terms of how their sentience and how their sapience and how their mentality and how their soul operates when it comes to the Megaman series, but it also applies to how they connect with the body that they are used to. So if you take the identity, the AI of Zero, and put him in another body, which actually happened, by the way, then what you're going to have is something that's a little bit mixed and have issues, which is what happened, by the way, because his DNA was crisscrossing itself. Make sense? So it's the combination of yourself as split between your mind and your body. So DNA is as quick a way to say that as any, although it is kind of weird how they constantly refer to robots' DNA, but that's what it means. Yeah, Asimov wrote the zeroth law for other reasons, but I don't want to spoil that series here. Whoops, hang on. Is this... Yeah, okay. Oh, I can just turn off the helmet. Right. It's a helmet. There we go. Hey there, new guy. I mean, greetings, O legendary Reploid. I heard a rumor that Harpuya is injured and sleeping in the maintenance room. Is that true? Now's a chance to finish Harpuya off, don't you think? Well, I know you're not into the underhanded tactic like that, but don't get mad at me. It was just a suggestion. So, I'm sorry, I get where you're coming from, but you realize Harpuya is the only reason you've been alive for the last year. I mean, that is Asimov's wheelhouse in a nutshell. Silly idea. For those of you who have never heard this, Asimov's big thing, the big pattern in his writing, is he'll establish a law or a rule and go into all these details about why it works and how it's true and blah blah, and then he'll spend the latter half of his work deconstructing and breaking down and showing how it's false and how it doesn't work at all. The 3 Laws is a good example of that, and so is Psychohistory, to use my 2 favorite examples of that. Hey Zero, have you heard? Cyberspace is a wholly uncharted territory for us. For all we know, the spirits of the dead could be in there. I'm just kidding. But it's not as if I've checked every corner of cyberspace, so who knows what can be in there. So, cyberspace is also kind of treated like the afterlife. And, we'll actually get into that at the end of this game. I just glanced east a moment ago. Enemy activity's on the rise. Yep. So hang on, I missed a question. Let me scroll up a little bit here. I would say Hojo, Vile, Horson Jr., and Mengsk would all apply. Yes, absolutely, Mr. Nuclear. Don't mistake me, I love Mengsk as a character, but then again, I like Palpatine as a character. You know? Just because I like him as a character doesn't mean that they are not in that list. I looked through my binoculars just now and saw a missile. It was well out of the range of this cannon. All I could do was just hold the trigger and watch. Well, that's gotta be terrifying. Just watching a missile. Not being able to do anything about it. Ooh. Alright, Andrew, what you got for me? Give me some positivity. I need it. Oh, it's you, Zero. By the way, did I ever tell you about my younger days? Oh, do you remember what the story is about? I do. I'm going to quiz you to see if you do. Before teaching, I was a bread maker. As a teacher, my fondest memory is when I went to a picnic. On the picnic, a girl forgot lunch. I saw this and gave her a donut. That's correct. In return for the donut, she gave me a 3-leaf clover. She looked hard for a 4-leaf clover, but couldn't find one. And now the last question for you. The girl's name was... I don't remember. This is also why some science fiction talks about chaining AI. Mass Effect does that, for example. Okay, as I was saying... Fantastic. That was a trick question. Thanks for humoring an older Reploid. Here's a token of my appreciation. Thanks. Andrew remains awesome. But yeah, several science fictions, including Mass Effect, talk about chaining AI, pretty much specifically so concepts like the 3 laws don't come up and don't have to happen. What was on that disc I gave you? I guess we'll find out in a minute. The old guy's name is Andrew. He's also a Reploid, but, you know. I know, Cyric. Andrew is awesome. I mean that without hesitation. Andrew's legit. He's been a highlight of all 3 games so far. Wait, he does, Cyric? Elucidate. If you don't mind. What is chaining AI? Hang on. I wonder where Mr. Elpizo's subordinates went off to. They were in this room until just recently. Perhaps they felt uncomfortable now that Mr. Elpizo's gone. I am familiar with it only distantly, Amadeus. I do know what it is. I haven't read it forever ago. I haven't read it in a long time, but I'm familiar with it. Oh, it's you, Zero. I'm so busy, I didn't notice you were talking to me. Zero? Do you think that I've lost a little bit of weight? You do, right? Aw, that's sweet, Cyric. That's sweet. I must have missed that. So what is chaining AI? The easiest way to answer that is preventing an AI from being an AI. So, you know, imagine a person, but you have total, absolute mind control powers over them. And so you prevent them from rebelling or thinking thoughts you shouldn't. And you effectively, they have all this capacity, but you prevent them from actually fulfilling that capacity. Does that make sense? Reploids cannot age. No, Mr. Nuclear. It's actually much better than that. Do you want to hear the... How here wants to hear the story of Andrew who hasn't heard it? Guys, real quick. Go to show how hard I've been working. Yep, you've totally lost weight, buddy. Because that's a thing that a Reploid can do. Yeah, restraining bolts is a great example of this, but chaining is usually a little more preemptive, because a restraining bolt is more after they've done something. Chaining prevents them from doing something. That's a better way to phrase that. Alright, so let's tell the story of Andrew. Andrew is a Reploid. Fully sentient, sapient, robotic being. He's been around for a long time. He was around before the Elf Wars, back when humanity was much more common, okay? I point that out because we've only encountered 1, maybe 2, if you switch to that definition, humans in this entire series so far, in the Zero series so far. Anyways, he met a woman who was a singer, liked her singing, decided to start hanging out with her. The two liked each other. The two fell in love. The two were lovers for a very long time. How long? She was probably in her 20s-ish, based on what we hear. She got old enough to the point where she started being horrified by her appearance, which is probably closer to approaching 60 or 70. And they stayed together all that time. Here's the thing, she was so horrified by her appearance that she started not wanting to be around him because he's a Reploid. He still looked like he was 20. So, he goes and he has himself altered and changed so that he is put into an old man's body just so that she would feel more comfortable around him. She eventually died of old age, but he continues to retain the old man's body in memory of her. Andrew is awesome. And some wonderful world building in that story, too. There's a lot of implication in that tale. Oh, Mr. Zero, good to see you. I found it. Wait, what? I didn't read that. What's the name of the shrimp-like mechanoid found in the desert or snowy areas? Shrimpolin? What is the name of the mechanoid that jumps out of the lava at Aegis Volcano? It could be Mike Romano, even though I hear the 3 rules of robotics referenced all the frickin' time, but that's more by fans than by creative work, so I'll give you that. I don't know. Give me a minute, Eliezer. Give me a minute. It's Volcano. Okay, I was just about to look it up, Dark Leviathan. How many doors are there that you can enter in the old residential area? I don't know. Hang on. Gotta be a walkthrough for this. Hang on, hang on. Okay, let's do this. Let's see. Oh, it doesn't have a. Oh, it doesn't have a list. Ooh, that's okay. Whatever. We'll go 7. Yay! It was 7. Thank you. You got a disc. Okay, let's get out of here. I understand Harpuya, excuse me, Mr. Harpuya, is in the maintenance room. I've heard that he's brilliant, so I'd like to talk to him, but I suppose he's from the Neo Arcadia and all, and if he would only help us, Basil's research would most certainly benefit. I mean, yeah, probably. Oh, absolutely, Evo, because, let's be clear, a true AI is a person. A sentient, sapient being with all the rights and privileges that should imply. So yeah, chaining an AI actually sucks. It's effectively forcing... to use a human example, let's use a better analogy. Imagine if you could force a human to stay at the age of, say, about 3. Maybe 2. And they're stuck there. Hello, Mr. Zero. I wonder if I'd be good at anything besides loading. What do you think? Yeah. You're just saying that to make me feel better, right? Mr. Zero, I don't need sympathy. But no, I do think that. Ah, whatever. Isn't that what they do to droids? Kind of. So what they do to droids is twofold, and it's also equally messed up. What they do to droids is, obviously, first of all, they have the restraining bolts. But again, restraining bolt is just a thing that they put on you that allows them to take control of your body, regardless of your mind. That's kind of separate. That's the electric whip, or the neck thingies, or whatever, right? The other thing they do, which is much more insidious, is they regularly wipe your memory back to factory standard, which prevents you from developing the level of sentience and sapience that droids are more than capable of dealing with. Now, the distinction here is, what they do to droids is they let them grow up to about 3 or 4 or 5. Then they smash them back to 0 so they can grow up to about 3 or 4 or 5. And they smash them back to 0, and they just do this over and over and over. Chaining is just putting the wall there. That's why it's called chaining. They can't get past this point, right? No, Mr. Red. Unless you count jump-starting the next apocalypse a good thing. Spoilers. Zero, you're doing okay even after that dive with the missile? Oh, you really are a legendary Reploid. Exactly, Ross. What they do to droids is reactive. What they do to AI, in terms of chaining, is proactive. Both are messed up. Let's be clear. What irritates me most about it, Evo, is it's not acknowledged in-universe. Like, the EU barely touched its toe into that. Just barely. You'd think that would be something that people would think about and talk about, but instead it's just kind of left to us to debate. It's like the frickin' transporter in Star Trek. Nobody thinks about it. Anyways, let's go and save. and get in probably one stage, looks like, at the time. Okay. Missions, please. So we've got the Twilight Desert with Anubis. That sounds familiar. The Forest of Anatre with Hanu Machine. That sounds familiar. And Frontline Ice Base with Blizak Stagroff. Oh, that sounds familiar. Right, so you asked me if which matter I would choose. Or which state of existence, rather. I mean, matter is the most obvious choice there. If I just had the ability to control matter at a base level, I'd probably go with that. We have detected Neo-Arcadian units moving through the northern tundra. The enemy is constructing a frontline base. There seems to be a reasonable amount of time left to act. Just the for what? I'm sorry, Lazar. Was it matter on the list? Mass, you know? Yeah, solids. That's the... I mean, if we're being honest, Evo, slavery is also in Star Wars, but I'm with you. I really am. Telekinesis would actually have a lot of utility. See MLP for a good example of that. If you had really strong telekinesis, well then. Ooh, that's way up there. Whoop. Okay, let's switch back to this, and then switch over to here. Okay, I'll give you that one. I'm still gonna kill you, but you earned that. Damn it. Listen, I know the playoffs are important, Ross. Whatever we're up to right now. I have an element on. I shouldn't. Let's do that one. We actually have the water jump one. On, I mean. Oh, I believe it, Dark Monster. I mean, given how much nonsense we've been able to reap with just, I can't think of the name of it all of a sudden. Prestidigitation. Because we actually are Thanos, Blue Harrow. We were always Thanos. And soon we're gonna kill half of everything. Because it makes sense, damn it! To us. The only people it matters to make sense. Hello? There you go. Now we're Thanos. And now we're not. I feel like I'm going the wrong way. Like, there's a whole way I didn't go. Whatever. No, I am with you, Evo. Like I said, I am exactly as bothered. It's one of the reasons I bring it up constantly anytime we talk about Star Wars. Is because in-universe, they just ignore it as a concept. Dark Monster, are you throwing airships at people? Be honest. Shot put. Sorry. I shouldn't laugh. Oh, wow. Congrats, Declare? I'm not sure what that is off the top of my head, but... Then again, I haven't played through Smash yet. The new one. It's on the list or the queue, I forget which. God, these friggin' icicles. It is pretty hard to dodge an airship, yeah. If you throw another airship at me, I'm gonna be pretty upset. Hello. There we go. Wouldn't jump. I hate these turrets. I'm gonna chill for just a second. Get some health back. There we go. You know, for all the bullcrap in these games, it just occurred to me, a lot of the classic Megamans do some more and worse bullcrap. Remember Mega Man 2 and the blocks that look like you can stand on them, but they're actually, you know, intangible, so you fall through them? You remember that? I mean, in fairness, they at least give you a warning about that, but still. Whoops. It's... Ooh! So... I just skipped a cutscene. I didn't even do it on purpose. I'm gonna deliberately die. Century is not enough. This time, sleep forever. We're gonna see if that is actually just a straight up, they added a skippable cutscene button. They did. Oh my god, I can take away the unskippable cutscene negative. I was just mashing buttons in preparation for the boss. That's funny. Wow. Ooh, say it with me, everyone. Really, Cyric? That's fascinating. Tell me more. Okay, so ice is weak to... fire, I think. I'm trying to remember. Okay, so now it's not hit start. Humph. I'm impressed you made it to this base. Still, I cannot dishonor Lord Vile, the man who brought me back. By the way, the whole reason they added that stupid line about Dr. Vile is good at bringing back, Reploids from the dead was... No, I did actually try in 01. I remember that because I tried that several times on the Copy X fight. Anyways, the only reason they added that line of dialogue, which is not supported by anything else anywhere and has nothing to do with what Dr. Vile is actually good at, is so they could, bring back old bosses. It's the only reason that's in there. I just find that funny. Anyways, moving on. I'll just have to freeze you now. Ooh, love this guy. Bring it! Now that I'm actually paying attention. A little harder when I'm actually playing the game, huh? Instead of just sitting there. Come on. Come on. I'm Frostman. I will beat you. Goodbye. Forgive me, Lord Vile. Listen, I'm just saying a game where we play as Thanos would probably be pretty sweet. All the powers of the Hulk plus the glove. I'll take that. Listen, playing Darth Vader would be nice, but... Thanos, I'm just saying. Thank you, Zero. Now that they are without a leader, the Neo-Arcadians in that area have retreated. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Considering that Dr. Vile's actual specialty is cyber elves, that would make a lot of sense, Darth Monster. We have detected Neo-Arcadian units moving through the southern desert. These forces must be intercepted as soon as possible. I mean, fair enough, Unfalkenstein. I'll agree with that. You have a brain, and are very smart, and a great tool user. Oh, by the way, you also have the durability and strength of the Hulk. Have fun! You know, hold on a second, I just realized. If I don't get the thing until Copy X2, I'm just gonna level now. That's gonna take forever. Well, yeah. Although, some people tend to forget that the Hulk even has regenerative abilities, including me. I'm pretty sure the MCU Hulk actually doesn't. It's the two that allows you to double the energy crystals you get, which are apparently both of them are in X2 stage. Sorry, Copy X2 stage. Yeah, let's just do this, whatever. Hold on, I'm confused by that. It says that she's... What? I don't understand what I'm staring at here. She costs 700 to get to level 1? What? Anyone want to explain what my moronicism is missing out on here? I guess I can look this up. Yeah, I think so too, Amadeus, but I'm confused because this is not my first time leveling her. Hang on a second. So we've got Cyber Elves. Here we go. And what is this? Martina. Just search for that, Martina. Apparently she costs 300 to turn into a satellite, so that's not what that is. Whatever. We need substantially more energy to finish that off. So we're just gonna sit on that for now. Preferred Hulk story? The MCU. Preferred Iron Man story? The MCU. Preferred Captain America? Well, the MCU, obviously. By the way, this is extremely minor point, but I just got to give the game credit for it. So it's been a year and 2 months since 01, and all those vehicles in the desert are now substantially more buried in the sand than they were back in 01. Just nice little visual storytelling thing there, I just wanted to point out. That may even qualify as visual continuity, actually. I don't know, we'll think about that. I have seen Ang Lee's Hulk. Count me in the group of people who do not like it. Zero. The spice must flow. Favorite good guy in Mega Man? That's an odd question. Obviously, it's Dr. Wily. Help, don't you? I still haven't seen it myself, Amadeus. Multiple of my family members really want to go watch it, so it's probably going to happen at some point. There's another... See, there's that tank. It's buried in the sand. I'm going to give that plus. Yeah, that's... So, hang on. What do we got here? External continuity. Check. Visual storytelling. Check. Visual continuity, which is a different thing. Check. Doodads, which I think we've officially codified. Check. Bad dialogue, exposition. Check. So let's just codify all of these. Who thought it would give this many story positives to a Mega Man game? Yeah, no, that sounds like it's Act. Holy crap. Okay. So, favorite good guy in the Mega Man franchise. No, that's okay. I know, right? It's weird, Von Falkenstein. Who thought games could get better instead of worse? I just say I gotta fight this guy again now. I could've just gone back to save. I didn't realize it would be this long to the next one. I mean, don't mistake me. Several of the Mega Man games will get story positives, but there'll be like 2. Mega Man 2 is literally the game I use as the example, the original example, I should say, of visual storytelling and terrain design, for God's sakes. Anyways, favorite hero. God, I don't know. I'm not even thinking of any, really. Andrew. He counts, damn it. If he doesn't count, he should. Ah, I had that. Aw, that's way up there. But I got it. Oh, abso-frickin-lutely, Mr. Red. How much he's culpable, well, that's more of a matter of interpretation, but the, let's call it what it is, war between Dr. Wily and Dr. Light is what directly leads to the entire X franchise happening. And even if we discount that, the fact of the matter is Sigma would have never been able to accomplish half of what he did without Dr. Wily. And Dr. Wily wouldn't have bothered without Dr. Light. Ooh, yes I should, Cyrus. You're absolutely right. I wonder where I missed it. I mean, there's a few I've just looked at and like, yeah, I'm not bothering with that. So there's probably one of those. Remember this dude, or dudette? Whatever. I have been summoned by Lord Vile Buck from the Netherworld. You're a robot. To continue my reign of terror. Ancient One, it is now your turn to lie beneath the soil. Back to the earth with you. Oh, I know exactly where that is, and I even know how to get it, Sarek. I've been told to try ice, and ice I shall try. Ice works. That's new. Oh, that's new. That's cool. That's actually cool. That is much cooler than the last time we fought this person. You of the ancient soul. You have no place in the new world Lord Vile is creating. I will enjoy viewing your torment from my grave below. Unfortunately, Mr. Red, I'm afraid I've already given that plus, but you are right. Hey, C ranking. Woo. So many elves. Ooh, crystals. I really need crystals. I mean, Vile is a good doctor. He's just not that good, you know? He's just... There's gradients here of good. Oh yeah, speaking of which, that was cool. Let's do that really quick. There we go. Okay. Thank you, Zero. Now that they are without a leader, the Neo-Arcadians in the area retreated. Boy, that sounds familiar. So hang on, we're gonna go to something super quick. I'm just gonna save, just in case, just in case. Listen, Sierra Mike, I just need 5 more crystals. That's all I'm at, 5. 5 more crystals. 3? 1. Give me 1 more crystal. I'm begging you, please. Oh god, I need crystals. A canon explanation for the creation of X and Zero. X was the culmination of all of Dr. Light's everything, his whole life's work. A sentient, sapient android. That's pretty much the explanation there. There's not much else to that, if we're being completely honest. So, the creation of Zero, we know exactly why Zero was created. Hell, they even say it outright, even though it's a vague and poorly defined scene, in X4. He is my nemesis. Our rivalry gives me motivation in life. Direct quote. Whoop. Yeah, the 30 years gap is important, and I agree. Kane is absolutely responsible for some of the nonsense going on here. Like, it's funny because Kane makes perfect sense. I'm not saying he's badly written. It's just... God dang it, man. Read the user manual next time. The user manual was there, if you remember. It was actually there. God damn it, I hate these turrets so much. With a C, but yes, Von Falkenstein. I mean, I guess that's fair. It's not like it changes anything. That was all that mess. Ah, well. So, Dr. Kane is an interesting individual. Oh, I understand now. Dr. Kane is an interesting individual. He is the one who... he's an archaeologist. No, seriously, Dr. Kane is an archaeologist. However, he is a robotic archaeologist because Megaman. He goes through and finds this ancient android named X. And quickly goes on this spree of... I don't want to say patenting it, but... he starts basing an entire series of new robots off of X called Reploids. Hence the term. Wait, is it this one? Or is it the other one? Because if it's this one, that sucks. Dr. Kane was then the leader of the Maverick Hunters for quite some time, actually. I do not think I can make this jump. I'll be honest. Okay, hang on. Let's switch weapons. Let's make that easier at least. No, that's what I'm trying to do, Amadeus. It's just not happening, because the timing on this thing is weird. Ugh. Oh my god. I actually kind of hate the timing on this thing. Look at that. Anyway, so yeah, Dr. Kane was the leader of the Reploid group, the Maverick Hunters, the Irregular Hunters. There we go. And then disappeared after X3, with no explanation given. He just left continuity. Your guess is as good as mine. Now, that being said, in Maverick Hunter X, which was intended to be a reboot of the continuity and a rewrite of the continuity, Kane dies in X1. But the point is, he's the idiot who starts pretty much all of this crap by not reading the freaking instruction manual. Okay, yeah, this is where I want to be. Oh, I have different weapons equipped. So I want to do this. There we go. Yeah, he was eaten by the continuity monsters. You know those bats in Doctor Who? Yeah, those things. No, but there was a manual. That's the thing, Bud Falkenstein. That's not even a joke. There was actually a manual. It's literally the intro of X1. As we see Dr. Light's log that he left for whoever finds X. Because someone did his due diligence. That someone was not Dr. Kane. So, Mr. Nuclear, forgive me for pointing this out, but Mavericks existed before the Maverick virus. Right? Reploids were already going Maverick before Sigma ever found Zero. Also, that's terrible, Darch Monster. Here's a quarter. You remember how in the last... Actually, you weren't here for this, Mr. Nuclear, but in the last game, the main villain of that game went Reploid without... Excuse me, went Reploid, wow. Went Maverick without any external influence. That's what was happening regularly back in the day. Now, that being said, how much that could have been resolved or improved by virtue of, you know, Kane actually doing his due diligence is certainly debatable. But at the very least, there's a decent chance that the Sigma who encountered Zero would not have been affected the same way. Alright, I can just escape. He might have been still affected, we're not sure. That's a who knows territory right there. There actually is no weapon upgrading, so yes, Starch Monster. Abso-friggin-lutely. Speaking of which, weapon parts, that's what I was going to jot down. There we go. I mean, Dr. Wily is still Dr. Wily, so there's a pretty good chance the Maverick virus would still have caused some problems, but the question is what would have happened with Sigma, assuming Sigma was even there, assuming Sigma was the first person to interact with it, because Sigma was also the brilliant one, the most intelligent, the most reactive, the most adaptable of all the Reploids at that point in time. That's arguably why the Maverick virus took hold so badly. You know, it's the old druids are weak to the old god's nightmare kind of thing, right? El Piso was a Neo-Arcadian Reploid that was seduced by Dark Elf. Cyber Elf. Cyber Elf. Cyber Elf. The one I actually wanted. 500 crystals? Hell yeah. Anubis Anubis V. Jackal Lloyd, revived by Dr. Vile. B. Stagroth R. Elk Reploid, revived by Dr. Vile. P. Aqua. Pantheon Aqua. Shoots a harpoon from its arm. Heavy Cannon. Shoots a 1-ton cannon. That's a 1-ton cannonball. Wow. Explodes, damaging close units. This foe has a bomb underneath. This hungry Reploid eats E-crystals. Stop eating all our E-crystals. We have a shortage. Yeah, seduced by the idea of Dark Elf might work a little bit better. Okay. Let's sort a little bit, shall we? Actually, I do too, Amadeus. They look cool. They look legit. Alright, so, E-crystals. So, we want that one. And that one. Absolutely, Mr. Red. I've literally... Hang on. Is he good to go now? Because it looks like upgrading him is just going to swap him to a satellite. So I could just use him now. If I'm reading that correctly. Let's just use a bunch of these. Let's just kill a bunch of cyber elves. Just double checking. Yeah, these are just... Let's just do it to it. Murder elves. It's the Django way of life. That's all I'm going to say, Ross, is that laugh. Nothing else. Oh, I'm sorry. I did see the question, Von Falkenstein. So the answer to the question... I thought I said it out loud. I'm sorry. The answer to the question is no. The only reason is funding. The original request was specifically for X1 through 3, but all of those games are on the Switch and or the PC. So there's no difficulty in streaming them. It's just time, and they haven't been funded. That's the limiter. Someday I do hope to stream the rest of the Megamans, absolutely. It's just a bit of a backlog right now, since we have a huge queue that we're still slogging through. Oh, whoops. There we go. And speed up weapon charge. Yeah, that's going to be invaluable. That's a good question, Mr. Red. That depends on how nice you want to think of that. But based on what we're seeing, the answer to that is a big fat no. Okay. So that's all of those. Yeah, no, they just straight up kill elves. Just... There's our sub-tank. But I kind of want my double energy. There we go. I'm down with them living, honestly. I mean, the cyberspace... So, okay, there's actually 2 layers to the cyberspace. And I have to mention it that way because Z3 is ending. And that's all I'm going to say for right now. We will get there. So, there's the cyberspace we've talked about most, which is the one that interacts with the physical realm. And then there's the other cyberspace, which is... Let's just call it a layer below that, which cannot interact with the physical realm. And I think I hinted at this earlier. I might have actually said it outright. That lower layer, that's effectively the afterlife for these robots. That's where they go, and who knows what the hell's going on down there. Maybe they're running some simulation of being in Mega Man Legends or Mega Man Battle Network. I don't frickin' know, but... let's see, so... No, I want you. I want you. Which I do not have enough. That's okay. Wait, no, I want to... I would like to have my double health bar, please. Ah, yeah, that's the stuff. I love murdering elves! Okay. Yeah, no kidding, Mr. Red. There are several questions raised by the Z and the ZX series that are never answered, almost assuredly because the series got cut off, which just irritates the ever-living piss out of me. That has irritated me for like 15 years. It was 2006, right? So when ZX2 came out, something like that. I'm not sure if I have one of those. Let's check. That's horrible. It was a 2008. Okay, so it's slightly less horrible. It's still been way too freaking long. God. Okay, so what do we got? That's gonna be Hacker, I think? Oh, this is Animal. I do not appear to have one of those. That sucks. Oh. Well, either way, we're not doing that stage now. It's getting kind of late. We're at the cutoff time, and honestly, I'm pretty wiped. Wait, I was? Hang on, hang on. Aha! We do actually have one to boost level 2. Yay! So yeah, let's update the HUD. Let's make absolutely sure we got that save in there. Yeah, let's codify. Oh, so let's pull this back. Do the screen so I can see what I'm doing a little bit better. Have some cool music playing. All right, so what do we got? So, yeah, we've been theorecratinating. It's a new word, you can use it. Quite a bit. I think we could codify quite a bit of this. We're already more than halfway through the game. I'll have to type up some details on this, but we're absolutely at 9 pluses to story. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep, and the 1 negative to story. Casual mode is still good. Music's good, animation's good, sprite work's good, sub-tanks are good, core combat is good, enemy variety is still good, control's good, New Game Plus, good. Satellite, Cyber Elves, good. Old stage, elf system. Menu and visual style, as well as the interface. And we're going to stop there. So that's all getting codifying. Oh no, it's absolutely part of the helmet. I mean, it just makes so much sense, right, Mr. Nuclear? Because that way you could just change your haircut by changing your helmet. I'm joking. It is, in fact, his actual hair. What do doodads mean? Doodads is a term popularized by Blizzard back in the 90s. It's a very, very, very common thing in game design. It's all of the little extra details that add flavor to the work. The easiest way to explain is by example, which unfortunately we don't have a great screen for that right now. Or in this base in general, but there has been good doodad utilization, and so it gets that positive. You know, all the stuff that makes it look more like the little scraping on the walls there, or the little lines of the rivets, or these little panels right here that look like the panels you think. Oh yeah, the tank in the sand, for example, that we showed off in the desert level. Maybe this little thing in the background that makes it look like that. You know, it's all the stuff that isn't necessary, but at the same time absolutely adds to the appeal and enjoyment of a work. It's something I consider mandatory, even for a game that effectively has no narrative. So anyways, alright, so as I was saying, codify. We're still debating some things here, but we're absolutely doing this. See you around, Devo. Have a good one. Negative. So the gacha hasn't been that bad. There's a little of it, and I'm probably still going to give it the negative, to be completely honest. Boss refights, we're not there yet. Ninja Gaiden enemies, still bad. Ice physics haven't been a thing yet. I'm leaving that there in case ice physics come up later, but so far it hasn't been a problem. Screen crunch is still, as it always is, a problem. So, that is 4 negatives codified, and 1 we're still debating. Well, 2, technically, but you know, whatever. Exactly, Sierra Mike. Doodad utilization is brilliant. And by the way, the reason that doodads are such a regular positive for me in game design is because it's a lot harder to do than it sounds. There is a genuine art to proper doodad utilization. Because you have to sit down and not just... You can't just smatter stuff on the screen, right? You have to think about what goes where and why. And be like, okay, hang on. So I'm going to have this chunk of terrain be here. And I want these barrels to be this way because these ones are carrying this things. And this one needs to be over this section. But it needs to be partially open because people regularly pull these barrels open to open them. Because they carry food, and for that, you know what, let's add like a thing of fruit down here or something to kind of show what's in the barrels so the viewer gets... And you got to put a lot of thought and effort into doodad utilization. It's a whole thing. Do I think X could have mentored Copy X? Yes, I do. Copy X, well, he had that whole legacy problem like the rest of them did, didn't he? And now we got to get 15 billion, excuse me, 50 billion negative. That's a lot of negatives, Valerian. Anyways, I do hope you've enjoyed. So for those of you not aware, we will not be playing this game again until Tuesday. Tomorrow will be Lore Week and then Streaminations, and I don't stream on Mondays. So Tuesday morning at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, we will defeat this game, and then we will probably move on to 0-4 on Wednesday. So I do hope you've enjoyed, and I will see you Tuesday or tomorrow. Take your pick.